I knew Vice Chair Birch could bring the room to silence that quickly, I would have done that every other meeting, held her in the back. Good evening, everyone. The Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission special meeting of Monday, October 6th is now called to order. Mr. Paulson, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Erickson?
Here.
Commissioner Sayoc?
Here.
Commissioner Badami?
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Here.
Commissioner Talasfore?
Here.
Vice Chair Birch?
Here.
Chair Smith?
Here. And I'd like to ask Commissioner O'Donnell to give us the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
For some of this, you've heard it before, once, twice, or three times. The Town of Los Gatos strongly encourages public participation. It is part of our democratic process. In that regard, there are at least three opportunities for you to communicate your thoughts to the Planning Commission. One would be this evening during what's called verbal communication. That is when any member of the public who wishes to address the commission for up to 3 minutes on a matter not on the agenda may do so. The second would be if we were having a public hearing, public portion of the public testimony, you could make remarks this evening. However, we are not going to do that for reasons that I will explain to you as we move along. The third way is to submit written comments on any item, agenda item that is on your mind, any item that you would want to bring to the attention of the Planning Commission, and you can do that through email, through dropping off a letter to the town staff. They then compile all of that information, and they give it to us in written form in our packet every week, and we do review that information before we come to the meetings. At this time, I do not have any verbal communication cards. Is that correct? All right, so we'll just skip right over that. Do we have any minutes?
No.
No minutes? And are there written communications this evening?
There is a desk item for tonight's matter.
And have the commissioners had an opportunity to read desk item 1? See by show of hands, everyone's read it. Thank you. In addition to their service on the Planning Commission between meetings, the commissioners often attend subcommittee meetings. And could I hear from any commissioner who might have attended a subcommittee meeting between our last meeting and tonight? Seeing none, we will move right on. Is there anything on the consent calendar, Mr. Paulson?
No, there's not.
All right. So there is one continued matter this evening, and I'm now going to call agenda item 1, which is application for conditional use permit U-12002 and environmental impact report EIR 13001. The applicant, Hillbrook School, located at 300 Marchmont Drive, is requesting approval to modify a conditional use permit to increase school enrollment and modify operations of its existing private school. For the sake of the public, I wanted to bring you right up to date to tonight's meeting so that you understand the process that we're going to follow. The Planning Commission had 2 hearings. Many of you attended them and spoke. At the end of the last meeting, I closed the public portion of the public hearing. What that means is that we heard from everyone who wanted to speak, and then we heard again from the applicant. So that's what it means to close the public portion of the public meeting. Now we are going to move into commission deliberations. We are going to hear from our staff person, Ms. Savage, who will bring us up to date on any information she may have from the last meeting until tonight. And then the commission members themselves will be asking questions. We will be hearing from other town staff and town consultants. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge especially the support staff who has put together, compiled all the information we've received. I did a quick estimate today, and I believe that the commissioners have reviewed over 4 reams of paper that's copied on both sides. So you multiply that times whatever, 500 pages of reams, so you know that we have really reviewed extensive written documentation. I also want to single out Ms. Savage, who I believe has done a great job in shepherding this issue through the commission and in dealing with gathering all the information. And of course, I want to thank Ms. Pravetti and Mr. Paulson for their supervision of this complex matter. And of course, I also want to acknowledge my fellow commissioners who have listened intently, who have read all the information, and they're prepared to deliberate tonight. Finally, I want to thank the citizens who spoke and also the citizens who wrote. And I can say with some certainty that the art of letter writing is alive and well in Los Gatos, and rumors of its demise have been greatly exaggerated. So I call this the tsunami of paperwork. And I thank each and every one of you because the letters were thoughtful, they were detailed, they expressed opinion. In 99.9% of the cases, they were polite, and we really appreciate that as commissioners. This evening, I know that none of you are going to speak, and all of you are here to listen to the commissioners, and that means that any comments ad hoc from the audience will not be tolerated, accepted, and we want to run a very respectful meeting by everyone, those of you who are there and those of us who are here. So our next step is going to be to hear from Ms. Savage, who will give us a report on any additional information she may have for the commissioners. And when she's done, the commissioners will then begin their questioning. So Ms. Savage?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Since our last meeting, staff has not provided any additional analysis, but has provided a draft outline of how your discussion could go tonight. You don't have to use it, but it could be used should you choose to in your deliberations. In addition to that potential outline, we have received numerous public comments since last meeting, and we continued to receive a few of them after today's deadline of 11 a.m. Staff is prepared to answer your questions, and if you need overheads, we do have overheads for some of those questions as well. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. And may I just make a comment, which is the sequence of discussion that I have in mind this evening, Commissioners, is that we will go through the relevant questions in an orderly way, and I would like to ask us as a commission first to ask us to what extent, if any, should the school be able to increase enrollment. If allowed to increase, what about the traffic issue? And then we'll flow if traffic is an issue, what will be done? And finally, I'll need to have a motion to either approve or deny the application. So that's somewhat the sequence that I see. Ms. Savage, I can begin questions unless someone else would like to begin. Seeing no hands. All right. I would like to talk to the school safety officer, who I asked specifically to be here, and perhaps he could identify himself and go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I am Sergeant J.R. Langer.
And your position with the town, sir?
I am the administrative sergeant, and one of my duties is overseeing traffic safety.
All right, so we have heard from many of our, many of the public testimony about the dangerous conditions that are caused by the intersections which are involved with Van Meter School, Fisher School, Blossom Hill School, and on the way up to Hillbrook and on the way to Los Gatos. So can you just talk to the commissioners about the steps that the police department will take and are taking to address the concerns of the citizens regarding those safety issues?
Sure. And just so I understand correctly, for all of those schools?
For all of those schools have a point at which they seem to meet.
So I think generally the first thing that we have done primarily is to try and gain the cooperation of the different schools that are involved in the traffic issues that we see surrounding pickup and drop-off in the neighboring schools. The first thing that we've implemented within the last couple years is staggered drop-off and pickup times. And that was in an attempt to decrease the amount of traffic in those locations. We also participate in several countywide and townwide specific enforcement campaigns designed to educate and inform both the students' parents, and the people that are commuting in those areas about the need for safety and for awareness in driving in those areas during pickup and drop-off times. In addition to that, we have participated and tried to promote and gain more participation in Safe Routes to School. It's a program that has representatives from each of the schools, and we go over certain hot spots associated with pickup and drop-off and the best ways for kids to bike or walk, or they call it, it's like a walking bus to school. And we go over those issues and decide which areas need attention, and then we discuss those with the school or the schools that might be involved in that, either through direct discussions or through pamphlets handed out at the schools, or through different campaigns that are involved in the school. Our school resource officer is highly participation in that, and in addition to those things, we take observations from the community and from the schools and compile that data with accident data and speed survey data to find out which areas are choke points, or which areas receive the most citations or accidents, and then we direct our officers and our motor officers to work special enforcement at those locations during the times that we see when the violations occur.
So, Officer, if I'm to understand you correctly, then, maybe the piece that I didn't hear is the actual presence of a police officer at the congested locations of Marchmont, Hilo, Kennedy, Shannon, Los Gatos Boulevard, as we watch the children biking down to go to the public schools or walking up or riding up to go to Hillbrook. And so I don't see the police presence myself. That's probably a good thing, because then I'm not worried as much. But I'd like to know what the police presence is and what the plan is.
Yes, Chair. So as far as providing an officer at those locations in a fashion that would be consistent with being like a crossing guard, we do not have the capability or the capacity to do that on an ongoing basis. We attempt and try to get officers out to those locations near the schools. We have definitely conducted our own research based on observations from the community when we have calls for service, or if we get a direct call to me stating that, hey, I've noticed there's some speeders over on Marchmont, or people are running the stop sign at Kennedy and the Boulevard. And those instances, we will direct resources to those areas as we can. It's not an everyday occurrence, because we just do not have the resources to dedicate to those projects.
Well, let me state that you have a very effective policeman on a motorcycle at Poppy and Bruce on the way to Dave's Avenue School. And I see him in the bushes because he's a very effective police officer. And I'm certain that there are dozens of people like me dropping children off who see the officer and stop at the stop sign and follow the speed limit and stay off of their telephones. So I'm just wondering about the presence of someone like that. Actually, I'd like that same gentleman because he's quite formidable. I'd like to see him reassigned down to that congested intersection. I'm very concerned by the letters that I've received, and that's not the issue before us this evening, but it's an issue that is of concern enough to me, and I'm sure my fellow commissioners, that we do want to have some assurance that the police are paying attention to this congested area.
And I agree. We do pay attention to that. We have just increased our school resource officer by 50%. So now we will have a school resource officer available at all the schools 5 days a week. Not all at the same time, but we will have a school resource officer dedicated to being at the schools for 5 days a week. Part of his assignment at those schools is being seen during pickup and drop-off time. I wish I had 5 of those traffic officers that you observe every day, because I would put them in all the locations that I needed. And if it seems that one area is receiving more attention than the others, that's definitely something that I can attend to. And it would be based on special projects or calls that people are observing things. But I will definitely take that into consideration and see what I can do about it.
All right, I'm going to hold that to you. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Birch and then Commissioner Bodami.
I'd like to ask a question, a follow-up of one of yours, if you don't mind. You mentioned that you put together speed survey data. Can I ask who collects that data and if that data is available to the public for research?
Yes. The traffic engineering department collects that, but we also have the capabilities of collecting that through basically tube studies, to where we are able to dispatch one of our radar trailers to the location for specific studies at specific sites.
Can I just ask a follow-up? And so what you're saying then is, based on that information, you will increase or decrease presence as needed. So, for example, we all know that the areas between Fisher and Van Meter is very, very congested, and I happen to know there's a fantastic policeman there too. But I'm certain that we see a decrease or increase as the school year proceeds. At that point, do you research that data and say, well, we've seen a decrease here, we are now going to increase our presence at another location to ensure that it's being felt all around? And is that based on the data that would be available to concerned parents or citizens?
In the best world, I would say yes, that's exactly how we do it. And I would like to be able to do it that way all the time. There's more things other than speed data that we base where we delegate our resources. Usually when it's congested like that, speed is not so much an issue as is manners or having politeness for other drivers and being aware of kids crossing the roadway or riding their bikes. People get a little bit apprehensive, I would say, or in a rush. And so they're not quite as cordial to their other motorists and people as they should be. But definitely those type of areas where what we really see the need is we will receive complaints from the community, from the parents that are walking their kids to school or biking with their kids to the school, that for some reason certain areas become hot areas and others don't. Others slow down, others increase. And so we try and stay right on that to respond to those areas as soon as we can. But like again, I said, we try to get people there as soon as we can in all those instances. But manpower is based on what we have available, and we do not have the availability to designate specific people every day to those places. We attempt to. We have our game plan that say we're going to go here, we're going to go here, we're going to go here. But depending on other calls for service, sometimes that interrupts that morning commute, so we're not able to dedicate those people at that instant. But we are definitely aware of those issues and the need to have a presence in all those locations.
Commissioner Badami?
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned about traffic safety and the width of a single access road to a school that lacks sidewalks. Marchmont is 36 feet wide. At peak traffic times, 36 feet of width equals 2 8-feet wide Thomas-built buses, 2 6-feet wide parked vehicles, 2 feet of passing distance between vehicles, and 2 feet for pedestrians, bicyclists, double-wide strollers, and people walking dogs. My question, is 2 feet a safe passing distance between vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians in this environment?
For me too.
Yes.
Okay. You're right. I think the geography that we're faced with here is challenging in certain circumstances. The roadways that lack the sidewalks, while they're beautiful, I think they make the homes look better. They don't always afford kids an area to bike or walk safely, or parents for that matter. But I think the big issue is, and I'll just comment on what our observations have been on Marchmont, because I'm pretty sure that's where you're referencing.
Yes.
Is I've sent my motor officers out there a number of times to check on the safety in those areas and to come back and to inform me of what they've seen. And each time that I've sent them over there, because I'm concerned about the safety over there too, they've always reported that everything is operating very smoothly, that the kids are usually accompanied by adults. They're behaving themselves as much as kids can at that age, that they're riding their bikes in an appropriate manner and not riding into the street or the roadways, and that traffic is not moving in such a fashion as to cause any type of unsafe risks associated with the pedestrians in that area. I think the main issue when you have a small roadway and lots of pedestrian traffic is the behavior of the people driving on that roadway. And if they're conscious of the traffic coming at them and who's behind them and who's on the side of them, they will take the appropriate actions, hopefully, to keep the transportation of everybody safe. That being said, it does have the capability or the capacity to have an unsafe issue if people do not take into account the size of their vehicle and other traffic in the area.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sayak?
When you talk about these hotspots, excuse me, off the top of your head, do you know if there are any in the vicinity of the discussions we're having concerning this application? For example, we've heard Shannon, Englewood, Marchmont, Hilo. I mean, one can argue about the different routes, but are there any hotspots that you are aware of currently that a motorist would take to get to Hillbrook?
So when we refer to hotspots and safe routes to school terminology, it has to do with a location that we feel the kids aren't safe. And I know that there have been a couple recent traffic calming activities or endeavors by the engineering department in that area to remedy certain issues. One of them used to be the turning movement from Kennedy onto Los Gatos Boulevard, I believe. And so they installed a sign there to said that limited when you could turn so you wouldn't run the risk of running over a child in the crosswalk. And I think a stop sign was also installed on Kennedy Avenue at Jim regarding traffic calming issues and issues with kids getting to school. And I believe there might have been a stop sign over on Shannon Road also, or some type of traffic control device placed on Shannon Road. And that's in light of the signs. If I'm going to keep on going, I guess, I know I know there's been signs placed on Marchmont informing the drivers to be aware of and cautious because of the children that are present. I know that there's been busing and alternate routes of getting the kids to school and dropping them off and picking them up to decrease certain areas of those hot spots. But off the top of my head, from the last Safe Routes to School meeting that we attended, I believe we've pretty much worked that area pretty well. I know there is one area off Kennedy that a resident has some concerns about, that there's not a crosswalk in that area, but I believe that that's something that we're looking into.
Commissioner Talaspour?
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming out tonight. So just so I have, so I understand what you previously said about traffic on Marchmont, is that you said that the geography is challenging, which I would agree with, and that you said that even though things are moving slowly, the dependency for it to continue in that way is on the driver. Being mindful of what's around him. Is that correct?
If I put it exactly that way, it probably needs to be rephrased a little bit.
Okay.
I think what I was referring to is the driver always needs to be aware of his surroundings, and how they drive should be based on that. And just an example would be the speed limit might be 25 miles an hour. But if it's dark out, or if it's raining out, or if there's a glare on your windshield, that would not be the safe speed. The safe speed would be 15 miles an hour, or 10 miles an hour, or no speed at all. And so there's a lot of things that the police can do, or the traffic or the engineering department can do to limit or inform drivers of certain hazards or things that they should be aware of. But I think the onus is always going to be on the driver to behave in a manner that is acceptable for the situation.
Would you mind elaborating on what the department can do in a situation like that to alert the driver to reduce speed? What were you thinking of? Do you have an example?
Thank you. So the police department in itself doesn't have the capability of installing speed awareness signs or other signs, but in conjunction with the engineering department and PPW, in a collaborative effort, we can get together and discuss where speed signs might be appropriate, or speed humps might be appropriate for stuff, or we can have an officer out there at certain times to get people to drive slower, or to pass out pamphlets. We can contact the drivers, we can hand stuff out, we can put a message board out there if need be. There's a variety of ways that we can become involved.
Just as a follow-up, and what would trigger something like that?
The need, or the request made for us to become more involved in that. An observation by a resident, or observation by someone that was in that area. That's all. We're very reactive to things, and try to take care of those kind of situations as quickly as possible if we can.
And would you need the data as well? The traffic data as well to back up a residence?
What we would do is
Or
more than-
how do you evaluate that?
Okay. Yeah, what would happen, just as an example, is I would receive the complaint or the call or the observation, and I would immediately transfer that to one of my motorcycle officers or patrol as a unit. And I would say, within the next couple days, I need someone out there, and I need you to have an observation and give me feedback on what's going on. And that, based on how many calls, was it just one call? Generally, if it's just one call, it might be an occurrence that does not happen all the time. But if I receive lots of calls and it's over an extended amount of time, I know that there's an issue that needs a longer reaction from us, or needs us to look at it for a longer amount of time.
I do have a question for you. In your professional opinion, do the neighborhood signs, slow down, drive as if your children live here, all of that, does that have a positive impact on drivers?
I'm going to say both in my professional opinion and my personal opinion. It's easy to become distracted with all the things that everyone has going on. We're all busy. We all have a lot of things on our plate. And sometimes all it takes is a little reminder that there's some more things to be thinking about here other than, what's on my desk at work. So I know it helps me.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Officer, for being here and your help with this. And thank you, Ms. Pravetti, for arranging that. The town traffic engineer is here as well, correct? All right, so I have a question, but anyone else, I'm happy to defer my first questions for the traffic engineer. All right, this was a very simple question. In counting peak periods, assuming that the applicant is paying the cost, I'm not sure mechanically how this works. Does it cost more to be counting all day versus counting peak periods? Who's going to answer that for me?
Good evening, Lisa Peterson, town engineer. I guess I would probably have to ask what the cost was when we got the information. We did count both peak periods and all-day counts. And I actually wasn't privy to that cost when it came in, but maybe Jesse, our traffic engineer, can let us know if that's more expensive doing an ADT rather than peak period.
Jesse Poole, traffic engineer. Yes, it costs more to take daily traffic counts than taking peak hour counts.
So my question is a mechanical one. What I'm asking is, so are the counts going on all the time, but the data that is analyzed and purchased, more or less, the analysis that's purchased is purchased for the peak hours, but the data is always there for the entire day, or is it only turned on during peak periods, I'm assuming remotely? I'm just trying to get technical, mechanical information so I can envision in my mind how this works.
Yes, if the intent
If you could just put that a little closer to you, thank you.
if the intent is to take only an hour or a couple hours of traffic counts, we would do it by hand because that's less expensive. However, if the intent is to have multi-purposes, such as we want to know the peak hour traffic volumes, and also we want to know the daily traffic volumes, and maybe we also want to know the traffic volumes spread out throughout the day. We would take daily traffic. We would set out machine counters instead of have someone standing out there all day taking counts.
So if this were a system that was embedded in the concrete, so that it's not like it's a rubber hose going over.
Yes, for a system that's embedded in the roadway, it's a permanent counter. It will count every car and stamp with date and time. And once the computer has all this date time of every single vehicle, you can sort it, query it any way you want. You can have 5 minutes summary data. You can have 1 hour, 15 minutes. You can sort it by 2 hours in the morning, 1 hour in the morning. You can do any way you want with the data.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Talasford.
So that would give if it was a daily traffic count, as you're talking about, excuse me, that would give in your opinion, would that give an accurate traffic rate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sayak.
One of the testimony we heard was that the traffic counter at the Hillbrook Gate, it's embedded underground and it produces raw data. Could you explain to me what raw data means and what kind of analysis is needed, whether it's a third party or whether it's our own traffic engineers, to see that? Like, what does raw data mean? That's the first question.
Yes, the raw data means every single vehicle is stamped with date and time.
Okay, so then The analysis part is if you're looking at averages, how you would average it if you're factoring in 24 hours, weekend, et cetera, correct?
Yes, yes, yeah. The computer system allows you to sort it by day.
And is it a computer system that's doing the analysis, or is it you as an engineer doing the analysis?
We download the traffic data, and we import it to our spreadsheet or database, and we can run the query with the raw data.
Okay, and if I can continue, Chair Smith, do we have examples in other parts of town where we have a permanent counter where data is coming to the town for analysis of any sort?
We don't have permanent counters that count traffic every day. When we set out traffic counters for various purposes, such as for traffic calming project, we set out a host counter and count traffic every day, 24 hours a day for a week. And every single vehicle is stamped with date and time. And we have software that allows us to query to find out what's the daily traffic volumes and what's the hourly volumes and what's the peak hour volumes.
Okay, and one more question. Is that in preparation of potential projects, or is that enforcement, or it doesn't matter, it's both?
It could be for various purposes, such as when we do that for traffic calming project, we want to know if the project meets the criteria in the traffic calming policy. So we set out traffic counter to collect speed and traffic volume data for that purpose. And we also have done that for signal timing purpose. We set out traffic counter for a day, and we can find out what's the peak period, what's the worst time of day. And we also do that for intersection level of service. We can set out traffic counter, and it will count 24 hours a day, and we can use the data to find out what's the volume, the peak volume in the morning, in the afternoon, and use that information for calculating a level of service.
Thank you. Commissioner Talispor?
Thank you. Once again, so in the considering Marchmount as the street, in this very unique setting, there's a school at the end, and we would like to know traffic count. So you've enlightened us as to how that happened. How would you count the resident traffic so that could be considered in a situation like this? How do you separate it, or can you?
The traffic counter does not separate residential traffic from school traffic. However, the traffic counters that was set out for taking the count of the school trips was set out in front of the school, outside of school gate, and we can also set out another traffic counter, maybe closer to the intersection, and we can take the difference to find out what the percentage of ratio between residential and school traffic. And that's going to vary, depends on where you take your count on the street.
Right. So on a street like Marchmount, because it's so long, would you put out two count? Would it be? I mean, would you consider putting two out? Would that even matter, or what would you do? Just as a question.
If we want to know the school traffic, we set out one counter outside the school gate. If we want to know what the residential traffic is, we would set out one counter on Marchmount just east of Hilo, and we'll take the difference The difference would be the residential traffic generated by Marchmont.
Thank you. So then that becomes a math problem, doesn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have a question, could be Ms. Peterson, could be Officer, could be you. On the, at the crossing of Massaul and Route 9, there's flashing yellow lights. It looks like they're embedded perhaps in the street. I am wondering about any constraints on the feasibility of having crossings like that at some of these, what has been termed impacted intersections where the children are crossing back and forth to school. So can you talk to me about those kinds of embedded flashing lights? I mean, that's just my lay term, but
You're talking about the crosswalk lights.
crosswalk lights, that's even better.
Crosswalk lights, it could be embedded in the street. It's called impavement crosswalk lights, or it could be above ground crosswalk lights, such as flashing beacon on a short signal, short light pole. It depends on the application, and depends on if there is already a traffic control. We cannot install those crosswalk lights at the intersection already has stop signs.
And that is because there's a state law against it?
That's right. The stop sign. The stop sign has the highest priority, and the additional traffic control device is considered confusing to drivers.
I'm thinking about the Massaul intersection, and I'm recalling that there is a stop sign there.
There is a stop sign for the Massaul approach. There is not a stop sign on Highway 9.
I understand. So you've differentiated it by inches, basically.
Yes, the crosswalk lights on Highway 9 at Massaul is intended for eastbound, westbound traffic on Highway 9. And that in the eastbound, westbound direction does not have stop sign.
And so, under what conditions would your department be able to investigate and review and report back to the town council, the planning commission, intersections that have been addressed in all of this correspondence we've read that the residents consider to be dangerous intersections for crossing? And are you able to do that?
I will discuss with my boss.
All right. Okay, so Ms. Pervetti, you know that I'd like to see some follow-up with that. Thank you. All right, so we've, now I wanted to talk with both of our consultants here, and we may want the traffic engineers to stay, but if there's any more questions for the officer, if not, I think we could thank him and excuse him. You're okay with that? All right. So, officer, you're welcome to stay, or you can hightail it out of here. It's up to you. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you for your help this evening. So now I have a question for you, Ms. Savage. There has been correspondence indicating that Hillbrook has put up some small sandwich signs along the Marchmont, alerting drivers to slow down, be aware, etc. And there's been some assertions in letters that those signs are not part or are in violation of a town code. And I'm wondering if you could address that issue, or maybe you want Ms. Pervetti to address it. Someone can address it. Who wants to address that?
I will. Chair.
Anyone? Okay.
So, Chair and Commissioners, the sandwich signs are there for and have been there for several years. They were there during the discussion of the previous conditional use permit modification in the early 2000s. They were most recently requested by the police department to help with the traffic and to slow down the traffic. Today, if they were put out first today, they would require an encroachment encroachment permit from the Parks and Public Works Department. Our town code and our sign regulations would allow those signs there through the sign code, but today, if they did go out, they would require an encroachment permit.
Today, meaning that the law or the policy has changed from 3 years ago? Is that what I'm interpreting from your comment? Not today, October 6th.
Correct. In the past, when they were previously reviewed, they were reviewed as part of the application, which can be done through the town code and our sign guidelines within the town code. There's a section that allows you through another permit, such as a conditional use permit, to approve signs. Today, you could do the same. You could use the sign code section, but to clarify that there is no safety concern and to address the potential sorry, I forgot my word. An encroachment permit is required for an indemnity agreement so that if something did happen, the town would not be liable. That being said, the traffic engineers in preparing the traffic impact analyses did not find any safety concerns as a result of those A-frame signs.
And so the encroachment, just so that I'm clear, the encroachment is not on private property. The encroachment is on town property.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. One thing I did not ask the officer was the school bus situation, but I believe that we've answered that thoroughly in our desk items and things. So I think we're okay with that. All right, commissioners. Commissioner Erickson, you're awfully quiet down there, and I know I can usually count on you to begin a discussion, and so we would like to address the matter this evening, and perhaps we can begin with increased enrollment. Okay, none from you. All right, Commissioner Birch.
I actually want to ask a question of staff to clear up some information that seems to contradict itself. I think we probably are privy to a lot of the information thanks to this amazing amount of information we have here, but one of the things that seems to come up off and on is whether or not Hillbrook is currently functioning outside of its existing CUP. Has it been cited for such a function? Has it been fined? And I wondered if, before we jump into revisions to the existing CUP, if we could discuss if those if that's happened previously. Have we had any current issues or dealings with that?
We have had multiple inquiries to whether or not there are any conditional use permit violations. In addition to that, the existing conditional use permit and whether or not it was in violation of the existing CUP was reviewed by town council. In both instances, no determination has been made that there are any existing violations. To say it simply, there are no existing violations at this time.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Badami.
I have a follow-up to that, and that is, at the last hearing, the applicant described the summer program, Breakthrough Silicon Valley, as a partnership, and that Hillbrook serves as a host. So host and partnership, they have different meanings, and in context, they can imply a third-party use. So can you explain to me the definition of a third-party use?
Thank you. So certainly hosting a use on your campus where you just let someone use your property for their own business would be considered a third party. However, Hillbrook School had provided to us information describing how they work with Breakthrough Silicon Valley. Specifically, this was reviewed before Town Council. Hillbrook partners with Breakthrough Silicon Valley in the sense that they both work with the program. But Hillbrook School runs the program. They manage the scheduling. They manage through Breakthrough Silicon Valley the busing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Talasfor.
A follow-up to that, I understand that. So Hillbrook does the managing, the administration of it. But who runs the program? Who delivers the program? Because that's what we're, I think, talking about.
Okay, so you do want to be careful and consider whether Hillbrook is managing and running the program versus a separate entity taking over the program, and whether that separate entity is run through Hillbrook or whether it's just using the campus. In the Breakthrough Silicon Valley example, we were provided information, and Hillbrook described it as Hillbrook running the program as opposed to it just renting out or leasing its campus or permitting Breakthrough Silicon Valley to operate on its campus without any oversight from Hillbrook School. It's similar to what would occur if Hillbrook School was to offer an after-school art class where they hired an individual that wasn't necessarily normally employed by Hillbrook School, but came in to teach art classes. Or perhaps there's a local children's art school that has an operation outside of the campus, and they come in and through Hillbrook teach an art class after school. So in the sense that that art class would be run and managed by Hillbrook through Hillbrook, but it's not necessarily a primarily Hillbrook faculty member.
Thank you.
In my time on the commission, I have never experienced such quiet commissioners. All right. Let's get underway. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just as a suggestion, as a starting point, I find your first question to be an impossible first question because, one, before you can make up your mind as to whether the school should increase or not increase, you got to find out what the ramifications are and whether there are ways to avoid those ramifications. So, for example, if you were to increase the school by 99 students and there was no impact, well, first you'd have to determine there's no impact, and if there's no impact, then to say, well, we're going to deny it, would change the whole complexion. I found it helpful, to me at least, to take the staff's conditions of approval, which is Exhibit 31, and went over it, and there was things I agreed with, there were things I didn't agree with, but at least there was an outline of the kinds of things that I think we'll be talking about tonight. So I'm throwing that out as a way to start. If we do that, but before we do that, it would be nice to know whether my fellow commissioners think that's a good way to start.
Well, Commissioner O'Donnell, well, go ahead. Commissioner Erickson and Commissioner Talasfor.
So it seemed to me, Chair Smith, that there's two things. It's difficult for me to separate what I consider are interconnected issues. So enrollment is connected to traffic, is connected to safety, which is a different way of saying what Commissioner O'Donnell just said. I might suggest that there's maybe an initial question that you may want to pose, and may want to take a straw vote. And I'm not presuming this is the case or not, if the majority of the commission were to have the position that the enrollment should not be increased, my guess is it could be a relatively short meeting.
Commissioner Talasfor.
Thank you. Before we ask that question, shouldn't we be asking the question about certifying the EIR? Isn't that part of our motion tonight?
That will be the first issue we're going to tackle is going to be the conditions of approval and expanded enrollment. We will address the EIR.
And that shouldn't be first.
In my mind, we need to discuss the other first and then go to the EIR. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I think what Commissioner Erickson just said is helpful, but I think I, for one, would need to flesh it out a little bit. I don't think it's as simple, well, maybe it's as simple, if everybody sitting here just says, we don't think you should have any increase in enrollment, I'd have trouble with that in the sense that there has to be a reason why we would have why we would not support any enrollment, whether it's 2 students or 99. So I was hopeful this evening we would talk about what does it mean to have an increase in enrollment? And just because they've asked for 99 doesn't mean you automatically give 99 or anything for that matter. But in my thought process, I would not say no simply to say no. I would have to say, what are the bad effects of any increase at all? And, you know, when you do that, you may get to the point where you say, well, 99 is not the right number, or if you got to the point where you said 0, we don't want another student there, then you would have to say, why don't we want another student there? So I don't think it's a short evening, is all I'm saying, unless everybody feels so strongly, which I don't, that they're already made up their mind, which was fine. Then that would be a short evening. But that's not my experience with this commission. So I would personally like to get into, for example, under what conditions would we approve any increase in the student body? And I personally begin with traffic, because obviously if the traffic is as bad as some people say it is, it's very hard to increase. If, on the other hand, as sometimes have been suggested, one can impose conditions that says, one, you don't get an increase till you have a year or so under your belt where you verify everything, the traffic counts and all that. 2, assuming you pass that, yes, you can have some increase, but under what conditions? I.e., for example, there'd be no increase in traffic because of the traffic steps that are taken and are recommended. And we've had discussions about that. So just from my standpoint of how I would approach it, I think, you know, there are obviously other ways, but that, again, is the way I would approach it.
Commissioner Birch?
I'll jump into that conversation with you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Obviously, it is, as you said, it's all intricately tied together. I don't think we can tear one piece apart and tackle it alone, but I think we can begin to move the conversation in a way that maybe each piece of it is addressed. For example, I believe in the questions that we went through in the last meeting, we did ask the applicant their intent on the additional enrollment, and based on what the applicant said, that was a 3 to 5 year process in their planning. You know, perhaps, as you said, it is something that we put a limit on for a duration, ask for visibility and transparency in the traffic, meetings with the neighborhood, and review this again at a date set by the commission to determine if yet the next step of students is taken in. Perhaps that allows in a shorter period of time for us to place the burden on the applicant to prove that what they are stating as far as their traffic mitigation efforts actually will work with a level of increase, and that they can prove that to us and the neighborhood before we take the next step.
All right. So, Commissioner O'Donnell.
If you were to look at Exhibit 31,
Right.
and you were to look at such matters as beginning at 8, which is number of vehicles per each period, et cetera, 8 through 11, there are a number of possibilities of what you can do with 8 through 11. But I found 8 through 11 helpful because before I can deal with should they have more students, I've got to fully understand, 1, what they're saying, and 2, what I feel is proper. And my personal feeling, I guess, is if I could believe that with traffic measures, the net effect of increasing the student body by whatever the number is, take a number that we would approve, there would be no net increase in traffic, then I would have to, I would either say that's fine, or I'd have to have another negative reason why that is not fine. So the first thing I would have to deal with is it possible, based on what we've now heard, to say, for example, that we will use, this recommends, I think, we go to 2016. I'm not sure we want to go that far out, because it also says it doesn't vest unless you do this within 2 years. But if you were to evaluate, let's just say for 1 full year, and found out that whatever we were being told by Hillbrook is accurate, and then you say, okay, that's accurate, now we would allow you, and let's just hypothetically say, up to 99 students, but we're going to bring them along slowly, whatever that number we decide, and we're going to continue with the kind of monitoring that we've all thought about and that kind of thing. And from time to time when we check, as long as you're within the numbers that have been set, then the increments will follow that's something I could live with. Now, that may not be possible, and Hillbrook may not be able to do that, but at least I'd be able to say to myself, I am not increasing or causing the increase of traffic in a neighborhood which has good reason to be upset by traffic. But that requires us to then to say, look, here's what we could do for you. Can you do it? And they can always say, no, we can't do that. That's impossible, in which case the town council gets to deal with it.
So Commissioner O'Donnell, I have gone through Exhibit 31, and I have made notations on every single condition with the caveat that were I to approve any level of increase, this is what I would require in the conditions of approval. So we now have Commissioner Erickson's suggestion that if there is any commissioner that feels so strongly that no matter what happens, there should be no increase in enrollment, or that is the majority opinion, then we should perhaps know that. And on the other hand, and I'll step forward first and say, I have specific ideas to have enforceable provisions for any increase, any level, even incremental increases. So I have some specific ideas and items that I would want to see in conditions of approval in addition to anything that I've received. So I'm open to a discussion of the conditions of approval and to go back around and say whether it's 3 students, 13 students, 33 students, or 99 students. These are the conditions that I'm going to require to approve it. Commissioner Erickson.
Had you posed the question that I posed, that I suggest you might pose, I would have not voted for that, but I wasn't presuming what the other commissioners, if in fact that was the case, we were just simply going to turn down the request simply. So I was hoping we would have the kind of discussion that you and Commissioner O'Donnell have suggested, and I'm quite prepared to talk through all of the issues that are interconnected at some level of detail.
All right, so that makes 3 of us. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Can I just ask the chair, because what you said I totally agree with, and the question then becomes, how do you do it? I mean, we could simply take Exhibit 31 and start on page 1 and move forward. It'll take a while, clearly, but I can't think of a better way to do it, so I just throw that out. We all have the same script that way. We're going to rewrite the script, and I would imagine perhaps substantially. But just for my mind's sake, I could follow along easier. So I'm just really asking people if that's what they want to do.
That certainly is the direction I want to follow. Commissioner Sayoc.
I just want to make sure I understand procedurally where we're going. And I too agree that that it's all intricately tied. And for me, the largest concern is how do we move forward in changing a CUP so that it is beneficial to the applicant, yet not at the detriment of the neighbors. And I think when I approached this, I was looking at the findings that we need to make should we move forward. And finding number 2, the proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone in that the use is a residential zone. That's something that is guiding me throughout this discussion. So procedurally, if we were to make such changes, the question I have is, how do we make sure operationally it actually works with the applicant? Is that what Commissioner O'Donnell was getting to? If they decide this doesn't work for us, they can appeal it? Because one of the things that I heard at the last meeting was, I think it was Mr. Hammers who said, we don't know what we don't know. And I myself am hesitant to tell them operationally what to do. What I'd like to do is give them a parameter of the traffic number we would like to see and then have them come back to us. So procedurally, how can we provide that input in a closed hearing?
From my perspective, we come to the conclusion we come to. The applicant is unable or unwilling or not interested in it. They can appeal the decision, and we've done what we are supposed to be doing, which is to make the decision.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask the applicant permission to.
So operationally, what we decide tonight would be, in essence, the new CUP.
Correct.
Okay.
If we in fact have a motion that we approve for a CUP and then certify the EIR. So it could be that after our discussion, there is no motion on the table now. So this is a method of discussion so that each commissioner can weigh in on these conditions of approval.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, when we are not amending the existing, what I'm trying to say is, this points out just fairly clearly, there is an existing CUP. What's being done tonight is to see whether we can modify going forward. In other words, as I read the staff's take on this, and it's set forth in Exhibit 2, and it says the master plan approved on May 7, 2001 is vested, which means we're not dealing with that tonight. The conditional use permit modification will expire 2 years from the approval date. I have a problem with that, unless the approval has been vested. Again, that magic word. So I want to be very clear that all we're touching is something that doesn't yet exist. We're not modifying or we're not taking away from an existing CUP.
Correct, and we can talk to town council about that, but my understanding is that if the applicant does not agree or want to follow our direction this evening, then they will go back to the conditions of their original CUP. Is that correct, Mr. Schultz?
No, that's not correct. They have the ability to appeal it, but now that it's before the Planning Commission, it has the ability to now modify the permit, but they do have a vested permit as it currently exists. So in other words, you couldn't take the 315 students and decide it's only going to be 215 now. That's something you could not do.
That's correct. So we cannot modify the existing to take away their rights, any rights that were granted. All right. Okay, so with that clear, is it clear, Commissioner Erickson? I know you had your pen up. Okay, all right. So I think we have a general agreement among the commissioners that we will move forward through the conditions of approval. Yes, Commissioner Erickson.
I just had another question. That was clear. I guess I have so the applicant came forward with a plan to increase their enrollment based, as I understand it, on their testimony to achieve some educational goals. So they didn't pick the number arbitrarily. And so a concern I would have is if we go about, so it seems to me the first question that needs to be asked is, do we think that's the right number that they proposed, or could we understand a different kind of enrollment that would achieve the same kind of goals, because they can't achieve their goals, their stated goals, with their current enrollment. They may be able to achieve them with some other number that's smaller than that. And for us to go through the process of driving their enrollment by whatever traffic things are, that would end up, I'm afraid, being simply an arbitrary number vis-a-vis the educational program, seems like to me does not serve anyone very well.
So, Commissioner Erickson, condition of approval number 4 speaks directly to the issue of the number of students. And I think we can have a discussion about that. But in the meantime, we have 3 other conditions of approval ahead of it that perhaps can set the scene for condition of approval number 4, which is the number of students. So I would like to see us get started and start the communication between ourselves so that we can figure out where we're going. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Can I just say one thing? We're not sitting here telling them how to run their school, nor are we qualified to do so. However, we are supposed to be qualified to say what's good for the town in a planning sense, which is things like traffic and all that. They have the ultimate decision, because if we said you can do 59 students but not 99, and they said that makes no sense at all to us, that's fine. That would be their business. I don't think we're going to say 57. I don't know what number. But I'm just saying it is not within our purview to say what is good for the school from a school standpoint. We have to say what we can do from a planning standpoint. Obviously, we take into consideration what the school has told us, and all things being equal, we would say, fine, you know your school business. But I'm not at all troubled by saying, if I felt that 99 students was going to seriously impact the traffic in that area, but 58 wouldn't, I could either say just no, or I could say, well, you could have a lower number, and if it's at all helpful to you, here's that lower number. At one point, Commissioner Erickson had said, if instead of having 20, I think it was, you had 18, which was a net reduction of whatever that added up to, and what's wrong with 18? And their answer, as I understood it, was, well, because everybody uses 20. I don't find that to be a compelling argument, and so I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying, I think it is our job tonight to say, at what level would we not hurt anyone, let alone help someone? So.
All right. Commissioner Talasfor.
So with that being said, since the number here in front of us is 99, and that's what all of this is based on, seems to me that we should address the conditions of approval, if that's what we're doing, and this is the order, with the number 99, and then see what happens, see where it all falls out after that.
Well, we will get to that. That will be number 4. So, Commissioners, what I'd like to do now is to move us forward. And let's move forward by beginning with Exhibit 31, the conditions of approval as prepared by staff. Approval 1 and 2 seem to me that they are just technical and...
I have a question about 2.
Okay.
It says 2 years, it will expire 2 years from the approval date, and yet, somewhere in here, it says they really can't do anything for 2 years. So it's like saying you can't do anything for 2 years, and when you don't do anything for 2 years, you lose your conditional use permit. I'm sure that's not what they meant. So I think we ought to tweak that a little bit.
And I believe we've been through this one other time with another conditional use permit and the word vesting. So perhaps a member of our staff can walk us through that explanation again. And it could, Ms. Savage, actually, I think you gave it to us on another matter, but any member of the staff who would like to elucidate that issue.
So certainly any member of the staff can correct me if I'm wrong. So in order to vest a conditional use permit, you have to use it. So if Hillbrook chose not to use what was approved tonight, they would not vest it, they would not use it, such as an example, if you were to approve some increase in the students, if they were to increase their enrollment, it would be using it or vesting it. If they chose not to increase their enrollment, they would go back to what is existing in terms of conditional use permit.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Yeah, that's not the issue, however. The issue is for how long a time is it that they must not begin to increase? And I can't find it here, but I thought it was not until 2016. Is that correct?
That was a condition that was included in a desk item. So it's
also in the conditions of approval, Exhibit 31, isn't it?
One moment.
You don't? Okay, I guess the only question I have is when you vest a right, you act in reliance upon that right, and that's what causes the vesting. If what we do is have them run tests essentially for a period of time, I don't believe they can vest during that period of time. So I just want to make sure that when that time is up, the vesting period begins. And I'm getting a nod from the town attorney. So that shouldn't be a problem to make sure this simply says that.
Right. As your discussion moves on, if there was a delay in the time that they would be able to increase the enrollment, the vesting time would also be told, as you might say, and we can come up with language for that if that's where the commission heads.
Okay, so I just on paragraph 2 then, if we could flag that, and I would rely on staff to do that.
Yes, and Ms. Pravetti, I know you have been a savior to us in terms of the note-taking, so you understand. And so we'll rely on Ms. Pravetti to provide us with very detailed notes as we move closer. So I have some questions of Ms. Savage in terms of condition number 3. In much of the correspondence and in some of the testimony we hear the words that the gate will close by 6:30 or the gate should close by 6:30, and yet in the permitted activities, while we show hours 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., we don't say when the gate is going to close, but we do when there's an evening event, and we say that the vehicles must be off campus by 9:30 p.m. So could you clarify why it's in one part for daytime, but, I mean, it's in nighttime, but not for daytime?
Currently, there is no condition of approval that requires the gate to be closed at a certain time, nor is there one proposed in Exhibit 31. If the commission chooses to make that a requirement, they certainly can. The applicant, as you heard, did describe that they generally do close their gate at 6 p.m., but certainly it is not an existing requirement.
Commissioner Talispor?
Just for the sake of consistency regarding that time that you're talking about in these conditions, some of the conditions, let's go to page 2, evening, nighttime events, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., vehicles off campus by 9:30. So what I'm asking is, when we're doing after-school activities, after class up to 6 p.m., and Ms. Savage just said that they close the gate at 6. We not include in here vehicles off campus by 5:30 or something, or 5:45?
No, I believe Ms. Savage said that they do not close the gate.
Did you say they did not, or they did?
There's no existing requirement for the school to close the gate at 6 p.m.
Right.
The conditions for activities, such as after-school activities, include a 6 p.m. Ending time because that's generally when they end. They could right now actually end earlier so that all vehicles are off the campus by 6 p.m. generally right now. The conditions are written in a manner where the school has flexibility to modify their programs, so should in the future they wish to change their after-school program slightly, they could. If the commission finds merit to make that a hard, fast rule that all vehicles are off campus by 6 p.m. so that the gate can close, then perhaps the commission can consider changing those times for after-school activities so that it's consistent with the evening activities where they end a half an hour prior to you requiring all vehicles to be off campus.
Right. I was merely thinking about consistency.
All right, thank you. And just to clarify for my commissioners, I'm not suggesting that we change that to close at 6:30. I was just asking whether or not there was an inconsistency, but I understand now the reasoning. If I could ask you a question also, Ms. Savage, on the facilities maintenance, and just, I know that it's pursuant to town code, but can you tell me what time in the morning grounds maintenance can begin and what time it can end according to the town code?
I can certainly provide you that answer shortly.
All right, thank you. So as Ms. Savage is going to do that, yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
While we're talking about this, I would like to talk about, and just throw it out, one of the keys in paragraph 3, I think, is the use of the 9 and 9:30, and the one you raised, which is ground facilities maintenance. So if we could talk about each of those, there's a 9:30 vehicles off on evening and nighttime events. That also applies to open house. That also applies to volleyball tournaments. That also applies to basketball tournaments. That also applies to faculty administrators, so on and so forth. And I think some of those are fine, clearly, but some of them are at least have raised some questions. So I'm merely suggesting that if we could get some input. For example, when it says volleyball tournaments, but it doesn't say how many volleyball tournaments, 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., but I think Hillbrook has already told us there were going to be very few of these, but few has to be kind of defined. And the same thing with basketball tournaments. And so if we could weigh in on that a little bit, it would be helpful.
Commissioner, yes, O'Donnell, what I might draw your attention to is where it says 1 weekend per academic year for the tournaments.
Except that in this, which is Hillbrook's permitted activities, it doesn't say that. That's all I'm saying.
In this meaning?
Volleyball tournaments, I see, okay. All right, maybe, You're correct.
All right, thank you. Ms. Talasfor?
Clarification about that. And I'm trying to remember where I read this, and now I can't remember, or who suggested it, but there was something, and I may have come from Hillbrook, about not having events on Sunday. And if that were to be the case, they would need one extra Saturday for these tournaments. Instead of having the tournaments run Saturday and Sunday, they would eliminate the Sundays and just add one extra in each category of volleyball and basketball for Saturday, which I thought was a very good idea. Where was
It was in the last desk item. Can you?
Which one was it?
It's the problem with having 2,000 sheets of material. All right, so someone's going to find that. Commissioner Erickson, did you have a comment?
So to help move us along, let me suggest a whole series of potential revisions to the permitted activities that are in this, and they'll be somewhat in order of what they're going. So, and I want to separate school year from summer. So with the third item that is now referred to as after-school sports, I think we should change that to sport and other competitions, so that we're limiting, based on the conversation we had the last debate contests and other kinds of contests, not just athletic contests. And I think we should consider putting a limitation on the number of those that can occur. And for the sake of putting a number out there, I would suggest 5 per week, no more than 3 outdoor. Based on the last item from the last communication from the school, I think the 2 that refer to weekend volleyball and basketball tournaments in the CUP should be combined into a single item referred to as volleyball and basketball tournaments, permitting such tournaments on 3 Saturdays during the school year, because I believe that's what they suggested to us. I think that we should I would suggest limiting the Hillbrook faculty administrator weekend work to 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. rather than 9 p.m. And I'm sure Mr. Silver's employees just applauded, but and then I think we should limit the professional development activities, be clear that we're limiting to Hillbrook employees and parents on Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., which is what it currently says. Then if I were to jump to summer, I would think we should be clear about limiting all summer programs and activities to Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that we should limit Hillbrook faculty administrator weekday work to those same times, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. I think we should limit professional development activities, again, to Hillbrook employees and parents during the summer to Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. So therefore, there would be no weekday activities after 6 p.m. or no weekend activities during the summer on the campus, which I think would provide a welcome break for the neighbors there based on what they've provided to us. So that would be my suggestions.
Ms. Pravetti, were you able to capture all of that?
I'm not sure I was, so.
Right. I just want to be sure because it was extensive.
Yeah. So what I heard was on page 1 of Exhibit 31, after-school sports should be modified to after-school sports and other competitions with a maximum number of 5 times per week and no more than 3 events outdoors. On page 2 of Exhibit 31, at the bottom of the page, combined volleyball and basketball tournaments. And instead of saying 1 weekend per tournament type, the maximum is 3 Saturdays per academic year combined. And this is where I may have faltered. The Hillbrook Faculty Administrator weekday work should be limited to 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. year-round.
Weekend, not weekday, weekend.
Weekend. Okay, so the weekend is 6 p.m. and you're okay with leaving the weekday to 9 p.m. Okay. So 6 p.m. weekend, and that was only during the academic year for the weekend work. Okay. And then the other change was for professional development, that during the summer it should end at 6 p.m.
So the effect would be there would be no activities on campus of any kind during the summer, during the week after 6 p.m., nor any weekend activities during the summer.
So I have Commissioner Tallis for.
Just to be more specific with the Hillbrook Faculty Administrator work weekend and weekday work, do you want to include in that as they have vehicles off campus by?
I guess I was assuming that whatever the last activity that there was in a particular, so if it were weekdays during the summer, that the campus should close 30 minutes after the end of the last activity. So if that were 6 o'clock, that'd be 6:30. If that were 9, that would be 9:30.
But just to be just to follow the consistency that's here, we should write in vehicles off campus by 6:30. Okay, and then one other on these sport tournaments, I'm wondering if we would consider altering that 9 p.m. stop time to a little earlier to give the neighborhood also a break, since we're expanding it to another Saturday. I don't know, maybe it could be at 7. I don't know.
We're also lopping off a day, though, so we're not
Yeah.
really expanding it. We're reducing it by a full day. So
But
if
it is
you want to
till
go back to
9.
Sunday and quit at 6, then that's fine. But if you want to get rid of Sunday, and, oh, by the way, also cut Saturday, it's going to make it difficult to have these tournaments.
Well, since
I would
Since I
support
have no
Commissioner
idea
O'Donnell.
how that works. I don't know how intense they are, or for that matter, how many teams, and we can't open the, anyway, I was just thinking of the neighborhood since it was a weekend. But I guess if they know in advance, they won't have an outdoor party.
All right. Okay, so we've moved through that. Are there any other comments on 1, 2, or 3 of the conditions of approval? Seeing none, let's move on to number 4.
One question.
Yes.
You're waiting for your answer on grounds and facilities?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not. Thank you.
Yes, I got it.
Town code, okay.
Let me get it back up here for you for a sec. So the hours of gardening, leaf blowers, hedge trimmers, and any other movable noise sources is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on weekends.
Again, I find the 8 to 5 to be reasonable, and however, my suggestion would be that we eliminate grounds maintenance on a weekend. And again, it keeps the traffic away, it keeps the noise away from the neighbors, and I think that it's reasonable to expect the school, and for all we know, they don't even have a weekend maintenance person on the grounds. Commissioner O'Donnell?
Well, I understand your position on grounds, but on the other hand, since this is grounds and maintenance, we really don't care if they're inside fixing the gym or something, or the plumbing or whatever it is. If what you're trying to do is protect noise, we have an ordinance on that, of course, and that ordinance does not apply to fixing the plumbing or the gym or whatever. So if we were to reference the code, i.e. as provided by law, our ordinance, and then you could say, except that, ground maintenance will not occur on the weekend, maybe that would cover what you want to cover?
I agree. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. So, Ms. Pravetti, I would like it to say that outside grounds maintenance will not take place on a weekend. All right, now, Commissioners, let's move on to number 4, and we get to the number of students. Yes.
Just to kind of lead off, when I read paragraph 4, on page 3, I would like us to consider at least this possibility. It says, the maximum number of students shall be limited to 414 on the campus at any given time. I would prefer that we said something like shall be limited to 315 students plus such number up to not greater than 414 as is otherwise herein provided, because we're going to have this as a rolling kind of situation, and it's conceivable if the interim limits are not reached, then they're not going up any higher. So if you went to, because they're going to do it in 3 to 5 year increments, so if you went up 30 students in 1 year and all of a sudden you weren't making your numbers, I don't think we should say, well, next year you get another 30 students. So rather than say, I mean, it may be fine the way it is, but I just think it accentuates what we're saying if we said shall be limited to 315 plus such other number up to 415 as is otherwise here is provided.
Well, Commissioners, if you can indulge me just on this one thought is, thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, but I'm actually thinking of something, I want to take this in a little different direction, and that is when we look at number of students, we do have to look at traffic, and we do have to look at current traffic and the traffic mitigation program that's in place now. And so whether we're talking the very sophisticated language that you presented to us, or we're just throwing out the number 414, I'd like to talk about what the school has to do to increase enrollment up to and including 414, whether they're starting at 318 or they're moving up. But I do believe that we could accomplish this with the school, but only if we have an enforceable traffic mitigation program. And so I'm thinking that number 4 and number 8, 9, 10, actually they all go in my mind together. So I just throw that out there, and I know Commissioner Badami, you did have your hand up. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. I kind of plowed ahead there.
That's okay. I agree. The TDM plan, as I see it, it's weak. It needs work. So I don't see it as it's presented to us as being effective in working. And I also have concerns with the 414 students, and that we have a TIRE analysis identifying the neighborhood as significantly impaired with 315 students. So increasing the numbers by 31% has the potential to further impair the integrity of the zone. And I have concerns with that in making a finding with the CUP.
Commissioner Sayoc and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Okay. If I could, I understand we're 7 commissioners, we're all looking at it 7 different ways. To me, all the things that we just discussed, as well as moving forward, will be tied to the traffic. So it would be helpful to me to begin a discussion on what is that magical traffic number, and then we can work backwards on the enforcement, and then if after a satisfactory amount of time, we can then discuss how many students would fall within that. But at this point, I'm very hesitant to look at students until we actually determine what is the number that we feel comfortable allowing onto those streets, and then my ideal is let Hillbrook decide, can they meet those numbers, and then operationally let them determine how many students would be on par with that. But if I can, I'd like to start off the traffic discussion. And one thing I am weary of is this average. we had a lot of discussion about enforcement and noncompliance, and I think where we were getting into this gray area is just how we were interpreting averages, how we were interpreting noncompliance. In my mind, if we had a daily maximum number, it would erase so much of these problems that we're having now. There's a daily limit that we place, and then it's now Hillbrook's responsibility operationally to see if they can meet those numbers. There's still going to be just some discussion on what that number will be, but it's so much clearer to me on enforcement if we can put a total maximum daily. So I throw that as the first area for discussion to see if anyone has any thoughts on that versus the average maximum that's being proposed.
And if I may, Commission, the staff report dated September 30th, page 3, contains a chart with some of those maximums versus averages for your consideration if it helps to look at some numbers.
Could Ms. Savage put that up on the screen, please, with our 2,000 pages of documents here? I think we're all rooting through trying to find that particular document. Just repeat again, Ms. Savage, where you found it.
This is in the staff report dated September 30th. It was distributed last week, and it's page 3 at the bottom, and there's some staff discussion along with some options for your consideration that continue on to page 4.
And just to clarify, it is the desk item from September 30th, so it will say desk item on the upper right-hand corner on the first page.
I'm mumbling to myself up here, so if you, and forget to turn off my mic, so someone just wave me down if I do that again. All right, Commissioner Erickson.
So I would be, in general, supportive of Commissioner Sayok's proposal that we use daily maximums, but I would suggest that we use an average number of trips for the peak periods and use a daily maximum and a daily average. I think that, I would suggest we use all three as measures.
Can you just walk us through how that would look, Commissioner Erickson?
Well, so here's a straw set of numbers. Okay,
Correct.
So that one would have an average of 120 trips exiting the school during the morning and afternoon peak periods during the school year. One would have an average daily of 850 trips entering and exiting the school daily. And then one would have a daily maximum of 1,000 trips entering and exiting the school, which is approximately 2 standard deviations outside of the average. And you would, and I would, there seemed to be logic to me to preclude from the calculation of the daily average, not the 10 days where there are nighttime events, but to set some sort of a daily maximum for that date, not to leave it just open-ended. My sense is that should be probably something like 150% of the regular daily, which would be 1,500 trips. My sense is you could get on and off. You wouldn't exceed the daily maximum, and so forth. So you would do that, and I would just literally cut those numbers in half for the summer. But that would be predicated on an assumption about what the limitation on the number of participants in the summer would be, except that I think you'd probably have to leave the peak periods at 120. Because people come and go. I mean, my sense of what happens is you eliminate some of the midday traffic in the summer. You don't eliminate the arrival and
So Commissioner Erickson, as we look up at that chart, could you tell us, we're not looking at the students, we're looking at the, walk us through again the peak period traffic of what you're suggesting. I mean, walk us through the 3 levels that you're suggesting.
What the school suggested to us that they could live with 120 peak period in both the AM and the PM, so that's where the 120 came from. 850 Well, I believe that's what they.
That was on the chart that they provided to us, yes, at the September 30th meeting, yes.
Yeah, I believe that's what the chart they provided us was 120
Correct.
trips exiting. Yeah. So, and there's somewhere in the current amount of traffic, so if you were to limit the traffic to what it is now, it's somewhere in the 800, on an average, it's somewhere in the 800 to 850 to 880 to 813. So it's somewhere in that range. So my choice of an example of 850 was simply a rounding. I think we wouldn't want to try to be too precise, like setting the average daily number at 813 or 826 or something. That's an illusion. So those example numbers were simply, and it allows some variation. The standard deviation is about 75, so is in the range of 70 to 75. So if you take 2 standard deviations away from the mean, you get 1,000.
Ms. Savage, I'm wondering, or someone from the staff, if we could just make like 4 extra copies of that chart. I can see some commissioners have been able to pull it and others have not. Not that chart, I'm sorry. The information provided us from Hillbrook. Yes, that chart. And I think Commissioner Bontama, you probably need one. Commissioner O'Donnell needs one. Yes. Okay. Let's get that taken care of. So we're all looking at the same information. Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm looking at Exhibit D to the February 2014 draft environmental impact report, where they cite numbers in Figure 12 of our consultants' counts, recorded additional projected trips, and therefore sum total. And a 5-year historical average, nowhere do I find 120. 5-year historical average on PM is 134, and it's projected that the expansion would produce an additional 42 trips, which gives you 176. So I don't doubt that there is something that has that number, and maybe they've just conceded away what their engineer said. I don't know. But when I went over it today, what I was reading by Nelson Nygaard was that they were using 165, and they said the AM peak should increase by 27 and the PM by 31, but then the TDM was going to reduce it by 18%, which is 34 trips. My reading of this whole thing was that there was going to be an increase by the projection that would virtually be wiped out almost by the adoption of the traffic plan. So if it goes down to 120, that won't occur. So there was an awful lot of discussion of 165, and as I say, Figure 12 is 135 and by an additional 42. So I'm confused by that. So it's this goal of 480 exits, what we're getting right now. So maybe staff, I mean, personally, I don't doubt that anything you've said. I'm just confused by the variation in the numbers submitted by the same people. And perhaps staff could help me in that confusion.
So Commissioner O'Donnell, just to be clear, what you're saying is that what the school submitted to us as their goals are lighter than or less than our own, or the traffic engineer suggested is possible. And so my question to you, or to the commissioners, would be, if this is what the school said they can achieve,
but
then...
this is the school's report. This is not a report. The school's report, which is Exhibit D to the EIR, yes, quotes our people, but they also have their people. And I'm just saying, if we want to take a number that is not supported by either our engineers or their engineers, I would be troubled by that. If we want to say, well, it's their problem, they're the ones that said 120, you can do that. But I'd just like to have some basis for the number, and maybe it exists, and if we could get that, I'd feel better at least.
Ms. Privetti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, the environmental impact report is the town's document. So we are accountable for the data that's included in the environmental impact report. It's typical that environmental impact reports analyze the worst case scenario. So it's not unreasonable for the school to have offered a different proposal for your consideration. And with the TDM, the traffic demand management is the whole premise for the increase in enrollment. So the idea is that if all TDM measures are implemented, then there would be improvement or reduced amount of trips. So you're correct in your analysis, but it's, I don't want to confuse the commission because the EIR set out to achieve a certain objective which may be distinct from the conditions
Isn't
that you...
Exhibit D the work of the experts of Hillbrook as opposed to our consultants?
No, it is the town's EIR.
It may be the town's EIR, but they attach exhibits which are not the town's documents.
We will look at that. Thank you.
Our consultants, TJKM, reference, I believe, Hillbrook's consultants, Nelson Nygaard. They reference it with approval, but I thought these were the experts of Hillbrook. Maybe they're not.
Right. Nelson Nygaard did the initial analysis. We typically do have our peer review consultant, TJKM, review it, and then they provide additional opinion. Together, it represents an adequate environmental analysis for purposes of state law. So it is available for your consideration.
So if I could just move us in the same direction, but give you my thoughts. If we agree that the school proposed different numbers even than Commissioner Erickson indicated, which were more stringent, and we say that they live by those, my question is the old trust and verify. So they say they can do it. I think we need to hold them to it, and the way in which we can hold them to it for the remainder of this school year is by having it begin immediately with our count and have our count happen monthly, because I believe, Commissioner Erickson, you were talking about a monthly total count as well. And with the embedded counter, and the information provided to the town, I wrote down here, no later than the 10th day of the following month. And that if we have them do this for the remainder of the school year, then to me, and they meet those goals, then I'm willing to have them move on for the 2015 school year and increase their enrollment. I haven't yet talked about increase it by how much, but I'm just saying that if this is what the school is committing to, then I'd like to hold them to it and make it a part of the conditions of approval. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I agree with that. The only thing I'm going to be very careful about, and I guess I'm confused, is the numbers we use. But I think your proposal certainly was the same thing I'd like to do. But now I'm looking at their letter of October 3rd, paragraph 2, and it said an important element of our original request for a CUP amendment was the conversion of our current peak period trip limits to an average instead of a maximum. We subsequently structured our refined proposal with an all-day trip count of 960 vehicles based upon the premise that these trips would be average, blah, blah, blah. So whatever number we use, if we're saying we're going to use their number because we think it's lower than in other words, wipe out any effects of the 99 students, I would agree with that. I just want to be very clear and comfortable that one, that's the case, and two, that is the number that Hillbrook gave us, which we think does that. Because if there's going to be a dispute between what we do and what they suggest, I'd just like to be aware of it, that's all.
Commissioner, Ms. Savage, you have a comment?
I just wanted to clarify that the traffic numbers that you have where it shows 120 trips during the peak hours was provided by the school as an example. It's not necessarily exactly what they would do, nor is it their proposal, but it is an example of how they would potentially spread out those trips during the day.
So perhaps their letter of October 3rd is their position? Right, but 960 vehicles a day, if that is the average, it's not going to be 120 for 2 weeks, it's 240. it's not going to compute. So if it's an example, I don't think we ought to use an example.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I'm being flagged by our very capable.
Yes, I drive
Yes,
you
you
crazy.
did-
I
okay.
apologize. I forgot to turn
All
the
right.
mic on. I'm just saying, if this is an example, let's not use it unless they were the ones that said it's not just, it's more than an example. And I'm saying that October 3rd letter, which is more current than this goal of 480 exits, uses an all-day average number of 960. And we know their position is if you don't use a 960 vehicle, but you use a maximum, you have to increase the 960, they would suggest, by 1.25 or 125%, which then gets you to a new and different number, and I think anywhere between 1150 and 1250. So I don't want to play gotcha if they're not really proposing those numbers, and it doesn't appear they are.
Commissioner Birch.
Just to clarify, in my notes from the meeting, this does meet the 960 because these are obviously one-way counts. This isn't an in and out count. And that it was a discussion that this was a general idea of how these would be broken down. These weren't exact. The midday included some parent involvement and perhaps some fluctuation based on events happening that day. So I like these numbers, but I agree with you. I think we may be putting people in a gotcha situation because this was actually submitted by one of the speakers who was just stating that this was an idea of how the traffic could be dispersed and not a guaranteed promise.
Commissioner Sayak.
Okay, I want to look at it from a different angle now, not to confuse things. So understanding that this is one scenario, what I'd like to do now is look at it from the neighborhood scenario. And so with this traffic study and with the data that we have in front of us, we have numbers that show even 960 would, in the EIR's report, significantly impair a residential environment. And the number that these data show us is 890 is a number that we shouldn't be going above. And so if the goal is to protect the residential area from any negative effects, I don't think we should be looking at what can they do, but what is best for the neighborhood. And so I'm actually looking at even decreasing these numbers. Now, can they meet them? That's the question that operationally the applicant has to meet. But again, looking at the findings we have to ultimately make, we have to find that what we approve will not impair the neighborhood. And we have data that says anything above 890 would significantly impair it. That's the dilemma I'm coming up against. And so one scenario is we say 890 total maximum, and then come back to us and say how you can address that, whether it's through the TDM and through other measures. That's one way we can handle it. Or the other is prescribe within the conditions all the different things we think would get them there. That's not what I'd like to do, but I'd like to at least start with a number that the neighborhood would consider fair.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
It seemed to me that if you take the number, which is now the permitted number, we're not going to be able to revisit that, because if we do nothing, that is the permitted number. And if we're confusing tire with the town's requirements, again, tire is not a requirement. So I believe the staff has said the number they now have as their burden, it does not cause a significant adverse impact, and that's what our consultant said in the EIR. So if, on the other hand, you increase the student body and therefore increase the traffic count, that's where you're running into the problem. But I understand their suggestion and our suggestion that they comply with the traffic mitigation, that you could bring it back pretty much, and maybe not exactly, to where we started. And if that were the case, we would not have a problem. And I would agree with the chair at that point, that's their problem, not our problem. If we're going to adopt something that just right out of the box doesn't make any sense, we ought to just say so and say you can't increase. But the way I've read this is that the net increase by the 99 students And the net reduction by the inclusion of the new plan is a much narrower overage, and you could cut that out by saying, no, you got to solve that problem, we can't solve it for you. But I don't think we should be saying that the present limits are adverse, because that is not what is supported by the record.
If I could, yes, Commissioner Siak, I'm going to recognize you, but Ms. Savage, could you put up the letter of justification from the applicant? And I'm looking for the one with the specific language that said there would be no increase in traffic with increase in enrollment. I would root through it, but I think you can do it faster. Commissioner Siak, just while Ms. Savage is looking for that.
Actually, I'd actually like to see those numbers. Okay, so I'll look to staff while she's doing that. Remind me then, in the current existing CUP, we have averages and we have peak periods. Do we have a daily maximum that they are currently invested with? No.
No, the current conditional use permit is in Exhibit 13 to your report, and it talks about traffic counts, the maximum number of vehicles leaving the school during each of the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. to 3:45 p.m. shall not exceed 165 vehicles. So that's in the current permit.
And that is for the 2 peak periods, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what I think we said was, so that's 330 for the 2 peak periods. And then if you look at Appendix D of the Nelson Nygaard, and you look at their net increases, in one instance it's 70 and 73, but then you take the reduction, so that total is whatever it is, 143, and then you look at the reduction of the TDM, you get almost that same reduction, which I think, if I understand Chair correctly, we would just say, no, you're not going to go above that. But we're very close.
Ms. Savage, could I prevail upon you to help me read? I believe there is language in there, perhaps it's the second paragraph, that says there would be no increase in traffic. Am I correct? I'm sorry, I'm not able to read it the way it is. So we didn't check those batteries ahead of time, maybe? Okay.
Staff is not aware that their letter says anything about traffic not increasing, but rather through the analysis and through Hillbrook's proposal, they have proposed a maximum daily or a daily cap of 960 vehicles on average, and that reflects an 80 vehicle count over the previous levels in 2011. So approximately 10% increase in traffic per day. In terms of traffic not increasing, staff did include some discussion of how that could be a consideration that the Planning Commission could make in a previous desk item.
Just a question, but if you take that average, which you just read to us, and instead of making it an average, you make it a maximum, that maximum is roughly 125% of the sum total of the averaging numbers. Is that right?
I will come back to you with that.
All right. Let me ask my fellow commissioners what they think about the idea of phasing in the enrollment depending on the results of the traffic studies by the third party. So maybe if I could just have some opinion on that. Commissioner Birch?
I don't know what that magic number is, but I think that would be a very good idea because, again, I think it would, rather than impact the neighborhood immediately with some level of increase, it would allow for us to review the increase in increments and have a discussion between the applicant and the neighbors on how, the numbers may tell us one thing, but the actual instances may tell us another before we approve a second increase.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
I agree with what you said. However, I would suggest we simply condition the increase on the compliance with making the numbers as the increases occur, so that you're not saying you're going to get whatever the number was, 99 plus the existing, or 414, I think it is. You might put 30 students in, because if it's going to be phased in, if you don't get the numbers, there ought to be no other increase unless and until the numbers were reached. And then that has to be described. What does that mean? How long do you have time to come back into the right number to progress? So I don't want them to have to come back to us and we can argue about what the result is. Whatever they might be given should be conditioned upon the time performance over the period of the increase.
I agree with you, Commissioner O'Donnell, in that I have just written some language in which I say if acceptable levels through their TDM reports. I came up with doing this in 3 phases. The rest of 2014, they must comply with the reports. In 2015, they may enroll 33 more students and continue with monthly reports, not just quarterly reports or twice a year. And then if they have continued to do what they need to do in terms of the traffic, then if there's acceptable levels of traffic, then school can enroll an additional 33 students in 2016. Daily trips can then be calculated every 60 days. And then if acceptable, school can then enroll the additional students, whatever it takes to then get up to 99. But then the trips are calculated every 3 months. So that was just my thinking in an outline form where we could phase this in over 3 years, but it would always be predicated on receiving traffic reports from third parties that met the traffic goals that we have set for them at this meeting.
I assume you're talking about academic years, so 2014-15 would end on June 1st or June 30th,
Correct.
or whatever, and then 15 would run to 16, so that we'd be spread out over, they said they were going to phase it in over 3 years. If they don't start phasing it in till 2015, June, let's say, then this would go 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, I guess. I agree with what you're saying. I'm just trying to pin it down.
Yes, that's how I look at it. I don't pretend to be an expert on how they phase in or how many, but that just seemed, I just took 99 and split it by 3s, frankly. But they have to comply, and any year they don't comply, they cannot add the students. And not only that, but we'll get to the penalty phase as well. Yes.
Just for clarification, so then, for example, for the monthly reports, then they would need to be in compliance every single month. No, they can't have one misstep, or else they would not be able to move to the next enrollment level.
This is how I feel at this moment, okay? This is what I believe is necessary. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I throw this out. Obviously, if they were not in compliance within, let's take a narrow band, and we told them you're not in compliance, and they came into compliance within the next month, I think everybody would be better served by moving forward. And that's, we're not dealing with a perfect world, but we're dealing with a goal, and so if they were, let's say, within 5% or whatever, take a number, and we said, you're not in compliance, and they had 30 days to remedy the situation, that might be a lot better because that's a real inducement. I just throw that out as a suggestion.
My fellow commissioners have some thoughts on this. Commissioner Sayoc?
I'm just trying to think through this. As a town, I just could see just so many resources going into trying to enforce this one CUP. And I don't think that would be in the town's best interest, the neighborhood's best interest, or the schools, frankly. I think we need to just make it very clear. This is the limit. If you're not in compliance, you don't get to add students. Because then we get into these gray areas, and how do we then come back and have another hearing and decide if the basis for noncompliance was adequate? I just get nervous when the reason we're drawing a line is so that we prevent all the issues that have been happening from the past 10 years reoccurring. And I think if we move forward and there's a clear line that everyone understands, I think it might actually help improve some of the relationships that are currently at a negative if we can show that there is an actual compliance that is happening. I just don't see it working if we start putting these gray areas of 5% here, 5% there, if you come back. I just get very nervous with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Talasfor.
And to that point, you beat me to it, but, you know, in a situation like this, it really, the crux of the matter is going to be the monitoring of this. And who does it? It's when the rubber meets the road. And how, right now, I can just see this so complex. And so if they're off, if they're, you know, they go over the number 1 month, and then do they have a month to bring it back into compliance, and then they go off the next month, but they bring it back in, then is that giving them the opportunity to keep I mean, how do you say, well, this is when you can add and you can't add? Do you see what I'm saying? Do they have to be in compliance 12 months of the year? Or 3 months or 6, you know what I mean? It needs to be a defined, I agree with Commissioner Sayok, it needs to be defined and simple, because I can't imagine that, I can just see how complex this will get and taking people's time. That when I think about it, I'm boggled.
Well, let me also state that in terms of town financial resources, remember that the applicant is paying for the monitoring through the third party. The results are going to the town, so there's no question that there will be someone's staff time, but I just want to make sure that we know that the applicant is paying for this service. So in terms of a financial drain, it is the time of a person on our staff to be the intermediary with this information. I think there are other things that we heard about in terms of penalties. We heard about fines. The school itself stepped forward with a penalty phase, and we also heard testimony about a loss of enrollment for the following year for repeated violations. So, Commissioner O'Donnell, before you speak, I know Commissioner Erickson had his hand up. Let's see if he still does. Do you want to speak?
I guess my general position is that we should try to approximate what the current number of trips is. That's what I was trying to do, and freeze it at that number. And then because then their increased enrollment will have no impact on if they can meet those goals. And I don't think we should get in the business of trying to figure out the detail of the transportation demand management plan, because that's really would be their problem to figure it out. And my sense is that it would probably, as things evolved, they might be creative in adding new solutions that they're not trying now, and dropping some things that they have. So it seems like to me, and so I wouldn't be supportive of increasing that number, the number of trips. And if they can increase, if we believe there's an educational basis to allow them to increase their enrollment, and we can satisfy that number, and we freeze the impact of traffic on the neighborhood, as well as some other kinds of things we've talked about, then I don't see the need to, and they either meet that or they don't. And I guess I would be supportive of monthly reporting, and I understand the staff's concern about that. And I would also be supportive of imposing the penalties that are provided on a monthly basis, so that it raises the ante for the school to comply every month.
Commissioner Erickson, I can agree with you on that, and I also agree that I don't think we should be dictating the details of their traffic management plan, in that there are solutions that actually came out in our paperwork, having carpool permit numbers. Having students, who rides the bus and who doesn't. That was a big controversy. Is the bus full or isn't it? Well, just like a school lunch card, you can attach a little card to a backpack and buzz these students through coming off the bus. So there's a lot of ways in which the school can prove that their traffic management plan is working, besides just trip counts. Yes.
Assuming that we do what Commissioner Erickson is suggesting, and I think it's a good idea, the problem is the number we have now is an average number, and we want to set a maximum. And I don't think you have a basis to set the maximum on the average. So if the average is 960, then what is the maximum we're going to use? And if you say, well, we're just going to use the same as the maximum, that makes no sense on its face. And then as far as the penalties applying, it seems to me that if you're going to say you cannot increase, period, that's pretty drastic. So the idea of $1,000 or $10,000 or $50,000 is not nearly as draconian as saying no increase, period. So if you say in year one you've added 33 students and you didn't make it, I thought that meant they couldn't increase anymore. If that's the case, finding them $1,000 or $10,000 or whatever is misplaced. If, on the other hand, you want to impose penalties, you impose penalties to get them to come back in line, and that's why we have the penalties. So I still believe that we're dealing with, yes, somewhat complex, much more complex for them than for us. We get a number, and if we've got a daily maximum, it's not going to take a genius or a lot of time to figure out whether that was exceeded. Now, your only question is then, do you now never grow again, unless you come back in and start the whole process? That's pretty severe. And if you say, oh, by the way, until you come into compliance, which no longer counts, because you can't grow anymore, we're going to charge you $1,000 or whatever it is, that's fine, but I just want to make sure we understand they're not meshing very well. So one, what is the maximum? It's not 960. And two, if we're going to have, you just jumped off a cliff because you missed it by 5 trips, and oh, by the way, we're going to fine you until you bring those 5 trips back, but you can never increase. That gets rather strange, I think.
I think, Ms. Savage, you wanted to add something to the conversation.
Just wanted to provide information from Commissioner O'Donnell's question about the 25% increase. The applicants were requesting beyond the 960 proposed average daily trip. They wanted the max to be 25% of that. And so when you add that together, it's 1,200 trips.
Madam Chair, in addition, if the commission wants to talk about how to calculate a maximum, our traffic engineers are available to assist you.
Let me just ask the commissioners a question. It is 9:15. Do you wish to take a 5-minute break? Okay. All right. So 9:15. Let's see. We are going to reconvene at 9:20. I'm going to hit the gavel at 9:20. Thank you. And if there's any folks out in the ante room that want to come in, there's plenty of room. The result of taking a 10-minute break allowed people who needed to go home, watch us on television. So do I have everyone in and seated just about? Commissioner Birch, I think you maybe want to say something to us about traffic count. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair Smith. As we are discussing the counts and the daily maximum, I would like to discuss setting a baseline on where we are beginning from, and I would suggest that we do that from the existing 2011 CUP. I believe that that would be a good starting point. We've been talking about a lot of numbers, 960 plus 25%, and then perhaps what we could do rather than just be in general speaking of various numbers that have been thrown out there, let's take that baseline and add a percent to that, such as perhaps 25% or something, and say that that's going to be the percent of the preferred traffic growth that we will allow, and within that number, up to 99 students or whatever number we decide on there. But I think that that would help eliminate this concern that we have of which is the right number. And I would appreciate any conversation about that as that being a good starting point.
I think we're going to hear from the traffic engineer. Ms. Peterson, yes.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do is actually take you through the chart that is up on the overhead and that you should have received as a desk item at the last meeting. So what this chart is showing is it's showing what our baseline was, which is pre-pilot TDM traffic. So when we went out there and measured traffic before any TDM was in place, these are the counts that we got. So we got the 880 for spring 2011. So that's that's with existing traffic before the TDM was in place. So that was our baseline. And also, AM peak was also measured. That was an average from 2006 to 2010 with the 315 students, and that was 146. And then the PM peak, 2006 to 2010 with the 315 students, that was 149. And those were, what we measured. TJKM, that was part of their analysis that they did for us. And those numbers have shown up in the TIA and also the addendum that TJKM put together. So what we did with this chart then is we added a fixed number, and those fixed numbers were the numbers that were proposed under this, CUP. So the fixed number of 960 ADT and the fixed number of, and these are averages, and the fixed number of 150, also an average for AM peak and PM peak. And then using those numbers, we extrapolated a maximum from the proposed CUP. But you can actually see the actual maximum that was pulled out. Like, for instance, from the spring 2011, you can see the actual maximum that occurred during that count was a maximum of 933. And just as if, the other AM peak period, the maximum was 158. And PM peak period was 164. So those were actual counts. So we took those counts and extrapolated them to try to answer the Planning Commission's questions about, could you pull out a maximum based on what we thought was based on what the proposed CUP was. So just to kind of give you some understanding on where those numbers came from.
Commissioner Sayak.
Okay, so I appreciate that. One thing I want to clarify, you said this was pre-TDM?
That's correct.
Okay. So one thing I want to throw out there, what I have heard is that since they have done this program, traffic has improved since the 2011. Now, understanding that's the average, and understanding that we have now shown that they can go below the average, can we then make 880 the maximum number? I'm throwing that out as a question to my commissioners. This is pre-TDM. This also follows under the 890 that Tyre is raising. Is this a number that people can feel comfortable with? Or are you... So that's the first question.
Commissioner Talasfor.
Thank you. I could probably live with that, and one of the reasons is even though, and it has to do with that Tyre index, and even though it's not a town standard, it was included in the EIR, which we can use that in our basis for analysis and decisions. So what I liked about it, or what I thought was interesting anyway, is that the Tyre computations said that a local street with more than 890 vehicles has a significantly impaired residential environment. So if we could come below that, I think it might help with the traffic issue on that street. So I would support that.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
We can put any number we want. If we just want to sound good, we can pick a real low number and say you got to make that number, and bingo. If in fact before putting in the things that they're doing, it was 880, it's hard for me to believe that you're going to be able to impose 880. That's an average number, and if I read that correctly, you're saying that the maximum number recorded was 933. One would argue, therefore, the maximum under those circumstances should be 933. I don't think we should penalize them for the fact that subsequent to 2011, they've been trying to do better. So if we want to say, while you were not in violation, you were doing a maximum of 933, I don't see how you can say, but boy, we'd sure like it to be 600, because we might as well just deny it. It's much faster. So I personally would think that if you were able, and I'm not optimistic they're going to make 933, but you can at least say, well, that was the maximum number, and we're going to have no net effect on the neighborhood at 933, and then it's their problem. And they can appeal it to the council, and the council can see if they want to raise it, or they can try to accomplish it. But I don't see how you can simply say we'd feel better if we took into account those things they have done subsequent to 2011, even though they were in compliance, just to make it impossible for them to do it. And that's exactly what it would be, I think. So I wouldn't be comfortable with saying the maximum number, not the average number, has to be below what the average number was. So.
Commissioner Erickson.
If we're going to rely upon these numbers, I have a question for the traffic engineer then. Help me understand how the standard deviation is 62 and the average is 880, the standard deviation is 62, and the maximum is 933. The difference between 933 and 880 is 53.
So in order to get the standard deviation, what we did was we took the maximum number and we subtracted it from the average, and we got the variance. I mean, I could go through the calculation with you on how we got it, but it's basically you take that variance number and you're going to then square that, right, and divide it by the number of your set that you have. And in this case, because it's not a population, it's because it's a data set, it's actually, the population is normally divided by n, but because it's a data set, it's n minus 1, and then you take that division and you do a square root. And I'm happy to go through and get that calculation for you on how we got that number.
Commissioner Erickson, if we still had the public hearing, I would actually ask the students in the audience to undertake that. But since we have closed the public hearing, I'm not able to do that. But in any case, Commissioner Erickson, did that at all answer your question?
Absolutely not, but I'll just let the question go.
All right. So, Commissioners, what we need to do here in order to move forward is to come to a conclusion. And it doesn't have to be a unanimous conclusion, but it does have to be, in order for us to move forward off a condition of approval, we do need to set a parameter and consequences. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'm going to throw this out, even though I believe everybody has spoken against it. I would like to use the average number of 880 and apply 1.25% to it, 125%, which would give you 1,100, as a matter of fact, assuming this thing is right. So that your maximum would be 1,100, your average would be 880, and they would phase this in, commencing with the school year of 2016, at no more than, it's up to them to figure out how much they want to increase it, but no more than a third per year. And during the course of that time, the monitoring would go on as suggested by the chair. I think it was monthly initially. And if they exceeded the number, they would not get the succeeding increments, and they would be penalized until they came back to within the number we had set. I personally would not want to yank the future based on, without giving them a 30-day cure period, but nobody seems to agree with that. But that's what I would propose. So I think that kind of sums up enough to argue about.
So Commissioner O'Donnell, thank you. Could I ask Ms. Pravetti, can you read that back to us? And take all that emotion out of it.
Okay, I will do my best, and please correct me as needed. The average would be 880. The maximum would be 1,100. Phase in, so that way in school year 2015-16, no more than 1/3 of the increase could occur. They would need to do the monthly monitoring as described earlier, and if they exceed at any point, then they would not get the next increment for the 2017 school year, and they would have to pay any monthly fines.
My suggestion was they had 30 days to come into compliance.
I'm sorry.
Would you mind rereading that last part with the new corrected?
Okay, so basically we would be phasing in enrollment in thirds. So the first third would phase in for school year 2015-2016. We would do the monthly monitoring. If there was an exceedance, they would be able to cure within 30 days and pay any associated fines if the commission were to levy. And then I guess what I'm missing is when would they get success so they could go to the next third?
If they did not come into compliance within that 30-day period, they would not be able to get any growth from that point on, and they would be penalized by the exceedances until they brought that into line.
Commissioner Talasfor.
Just ask Commissioner O'Donnell a question. So they wouldn't get any growth for that next school year?
They wouldn't get any growth. In other words, let's say they put in 30 or 33, whatever it was, and they couldn't make their numbers. Well, two things would happen to them. One, they'd have 30 days, because I believe that numbers can sometimes cause problems that aren't really there or can be easily controlled. But let's assume they don't cure it in 30 days. What would happen is they would no longer be able to grow to 99, and they would have to come into compliance on the 33 they'd already put in. And the number I'm thinking of is what I believe to be the 2011 real numbers, because if you take 880 and use any reasonable equation to figure out what that ought to mean on a maximum, I don't think you get 933. Notwithstanding, I don't doubt the numbers. I'm just saying I would prefer to use 1.25, and that's 1,100. So, so is that clear enough to you?
Yeah, they wouldn't have the growth for the next, forever. Okay? Make sure that's in there, forever.
Hopefully the language is clear enough that we don't need that word.
I'm not sure the language is clear enough, so what I'm asking is I think that we do need to set a certain number. It's not just enough to cure it within 30 days, Commissioner O'Donnell. I think we need to say that if they're out of compliance, 3 out of, 9 months or 3 out of 10 months, however we look at it, that they don't increase the following September.
Well, I thought what I was suggesting was even tougher than that, but I'd be glad to exceed.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay. No, just tell me how you were tougher. That's okay.
Well, because if they don't make it, they get 30 days, and then this is a month-to-month test. They don't make it in month 2. They've got to month 3 to come into compliance, and if they don't come into compliance, not only must they cure the earlier breach, but they no longer get to pick up the next 66, ever. It doesn't get tougher than that. Well, unless you say there's no 30-day grace period.
Commissioner Sayak.
Okay. I guess I think, first off, I'm having trouble with the 1,100. The number that we're starting with, the 880 average, this is before Hillbrook began their voluntary efforts to carpool and to bus students in. The data shows that since they have began these measures, the traffic has reduced. So I don't see why, they've shown that they can do it, so I don't see why we need to increase it to a higher number if it's already been shown they can do it. So that's the first issue. The non-compliance, again, to me, it's either you're in compliance or you're not. And you shouldn't be hovering at that point anyway, so that you could fall within a car trip so easily. It's getting into dangerous ground when we have these leeways of 30 days. I forgot the term that Commissioner O'Donnell used, fixing it, curing it.
Curing it.
Then it turns into an average game. You can be in compliance one month, not compliance the next, and then I could just see so many issues brought again before us that this isn't the clear CUP that I think we need to move forward to make sure everyone is in agreement that this is best for everyone.
Thank you. Commissioner Birch?
I have a question for staff. I was trying to go through the paperwork because I really thought I remembered reading in here somewhere a percentage that they felt, since these numbers had come out, that they had helped with all their traffic mitigating efforts. Do you by any chance know where that percentage would be?
A specific percentage for what?
I thought I had read somewhere that after this, with all the traffic mitigating measures they were saying we've decreased traffic by approximately a percentage, but I was looking earlier and couldn't find it. Would you know where that is?
One moment.
Thanks.
Well, one place that you can find it is Appendix B of the draft EIR, which is Exhibit 2. And I'm going to correct myself. Exhibit C as in cat, and Appendix C as in cat, and Exhibit 2. And specifically page 5. And that compares the traffic with 2011 and 2013, and that's the average daily traffic comparison.
Commissioner Bondami?
I can't support that 1,100 maximum number either. I think they can meet the lower numbers. It provides more incentive for them to follow carpooling and busing and biking to school. We don't even know what the baseline traffic is for the residents that live in the neighborhood that adds to the overall traffic.
Isn't that number fairly easy to obtain by just using the indexes, or the engineering indexes for that? I mean, if you were asked what that number, I assume we would rely on tables for that. And I believe if you had, I'm not arguing for 1,100, it just works out that way. But I agree with you, we don't want to go above 1,500 total, because that's when you get into the neighborhood's not in good shape. So if you say 1,100, then you've got to assume that the balance of the neighborhood is no greater than 400. And I don't know that, but we should know that.
And we do have that information. Within the draft EIR, it discusses the existing average daily traffic at various points within the neighborhood. I'll put one on the overhead so you don't have to go through your pages. So from the draft DIR, and this table is from Appendix C. Do you want me to enlarge it?
It's pretty good, I think. Well, you can try it. Yeah.
So also in the TIA addendum or Appendix C of Exhibit 2 is this table, and it shows outside of the school gate. So this isn't just at the school gate, but this is more west of the school gate within the neighborhood. It shows the average daily traffic of 947. And if you take away the average daily traffic of 880 that was shown on the previous table,
67.
880 here, then you get the difference that the neighborhood creates with those few courts and houses along Marchmont Drive. It is 67.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, and then I want to hear from the traffic engineer again, so go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say was I don't think it's right to say to Hillbrook, we're going to hold against you what you've done since you wanted to do this by your reducing the traffic. I think what we're trying to say net impact, and the net impact would be before these additional steps. So if you took the before number, whatever that is, and you said that's the number we're going to use on average, then you got to have whatever the maximum is, because I think we're all in agreement we need an average and a maximum. But to say we are going to subtract away what you've done in anticipation of trying to do this is, in my mind, it is punitive.
So I want the traffic engineer to walk us through one more time the conditions of approval presented to us by staff are that the school shall not exceed an average of 960 vehicle trips. And tell me again how you got to that.
Thank you. So the 960 vehicle trips, that was something that engineering staff met with the applicant's traffic engineer, Nelson Nygaard, and they used the ITE trip generation tables for private schools to develop that number. And as discussed in the September 30th desk item that you received, and it was item L, the staff initially did use a multiplier that resulted in a lower estimate of the daily trip rates that yielded 960 trips per day. But a subsequent review actually resulted in a higher rate based on the ITE trip generation rate. However, that more conservative 960 trips per day number was retained by the school on their part. They just agreed to retain that.
Point of clarification, is that an average or is that a maximum?
That's an average.
According to the letter, I'll call on you in just a second. According to the letter from the applicant dated today, or October 3rd, they are willing to accept the maximum, but they do give out their reasons for why averaging is the generally accepted methodology. And so looking at this, Ms. Savage, maybe I'm addressing you more than anything, on the applicant's letter of October 3rd, when they're talking about averaging and maximum, I have to go back to the fact that you prepared the conditions of approval at 960. So just dovetail the information provided by the applicant to you with your recommendations and now what we've heard from the traffic engineer.
So our recommendations, again, were with the intent of allowing the school to operate within a residential neighborhood. So staff in the analysis wanted to put a limit on the traffic, but one within which the school could operate. Our recommendation of the average of 960 vehicle trips is consistent with the school's proposal, and that reflects an 80 vehicle trip increase from the average in 2011. The applicant showed that they could, with the transportation demand management plan, or if you just want to call it carpooling and alternative modes of transportation, could reduce the number of trips, and that data is in the TIA addendum. That is where our proposal came from.
So just walk me through that number again. So they said they could reduce it by, the TIA said it could be reduced to, and that's where we get the 880?
No, the 880 comes from the average daily trips created by the school as measured by the hose counts performed by the town's consultant.
In 2011?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So now I have all of that straight. Ms. Talis-Ford, you wanted to speak.
I do. Could we go back to that page 5 with, it was Appendix C at that table? Comparison of average weekday counts on Marchmount Drive. So when I was looking at it, and I don't know how to answer this, but I do remember some commenters talking about it in letters. The year 2011, before the pilot, TDM, looking at those figures and comparing them to the year 2013 after the pilot TDM, after that pilot is in place, the numbers go up. Is there an explanation for that?
Sure, you're looking specifically at the numbers for Monday and Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
And so that shows you that there is a variation within the daily traffic, and that's sort of the difficulty of putting a max number on the traffic. Certainly you can put a max number and then they'd have to stay well below that so that they would never hit it. But it shows the variation in traffic. Traffic is never the exact same number on the specific day.
Exactly, and then it was, then the average weekday count ended up being 814, which was amazing, because that's well below 880.
Yes, and then you can see that comparing Wednesday and Thursday of 2011, you have over 900.
Mm-hmm.
And then not using Wednesday on in 2013, but looking at Thursday and Friday for 2013, you can see that it's below 800 or just about 800. So if you compare those numbers, the Monday through Thursday in 2011 and the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday in 2013, those averages do have that difference.
Well, I see that, and what's the point?
The point is that traffic varies day by day depending on the activities that are in place or not.
Mm-hmm. But in that year or on that day or whatever, they hit 814, which is amazing. So when you're talking about setting a max and then hoping they'll be under it, it can be done, is my point.
Taken.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to move us on, but go ahead, Commissioner O'Donnell.
That's an average, and we're talking about a maximum, which is not an average. So to say that they made an average of 814 one day, and therefore they can do a maximum of 814 or 850 or 860 is a non sequitur.
All right, so here's what I'm going to recommend. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Birch.
I just wanted to ask to maybe clear some of this up, ask a question to the traffic engineer. So this essentially, I understand that days fluctuate, but essentially this shows an 8% decrease in the amount of traffic by utilizing the TDM program. Would you feel that an 8% decrease based on your studies does capture what the TDM program has accomplished?
Well, I would say that in this instance, yes, but ultimately, it was just based on these days and based on these counts. So, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, ultimately, based on the information we have, it shows there was an 8% drop, but that's ultimately just a result of the data that we had on those particular days where we did the counts.
So we don't have any other data to do a comparative study to on any other days in 2013 other than that 1 week?
Those are the only counts that we got. We got the the 2011 and 2013 counts from TJKM, and that was the data set we have. So this is the information as we've presented it.
So if that's the case, then if we're looking at a number of 880, then a decrease of 8%. If we were then to take that, we wouldn't need to use, as you were saying earlier, 880 necessary as a baseline right now. We could take 8% off that using the 814, 815 number as a baseline for projected traffic growth based on school increase, correct?
Well, ultimately, we took the baseline as before the pilot TDM was in place because that was what the conditions were under the current CUP. So that's why we used that and did not use anything that showed the pilot TDM when that was in place.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Telesfor.
I want to clear it up. So then how should we be using that? What was the purpose?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How should we be using that table? What is the point there?
So I think the point of the table...
Because it doesn't give us a view of year-long traffic.
So I think that the point of this particular table was really just a comparison to show the difference in average daily counts before the pilot TDM was in place and after. And I think that's what the purpose of this table was.
Thank you.
Okay, may I suggest then splitting the baby down the middle? And here's what I mean by that. I propose we set an average of 920 vehicles, that the evaluations shall be done monthly. There are a report to be provided the 10th day of the following month to the town. And that if the applicant is not in compliance for that previous month, that they be fined immediately for the first offense, the $1,000 over every trip count. And that for the second occurrence, should it happen, not only are they fined the $5,000, but the next enrollment period would be reduced by, if we would be allowing them 33 students, it would be reduced by 10 students for the second violation. So they can't enroll as many students the next time in September as they wanted to. And then the third time, the third violation would not only be at $10,000, but that would preclude them then from enrolling additional students, period, in the next September. Yes.
The number 920, you called it an average. Is it an average or is it a maximum?
Well, I'll let you all debate the average maximum. I'm okay either way, because the reason why I understand the averaging is because, and the reason why I say this is that the school, the days are not static. I mean, not every day has the same occurrence. And so I can understand why the school wanted to average the counts, but I'm also comfortable saying this is the average, but this is the absolute maximum. I just don't want to give too many, I don't want it to get too confused here. I mean, there's a number to live by, and if they don't live by that number, they get penalized.
But let me ask you, if you're comfortable with both, isn't it impossible that an average of 920 would not have some numbers higher than 920, which would be set your maximum?
Yes, no, I understand that. I understand what you're saying. If you want to say the maximum, I'm open to that. I want to move us on. If we cannot move on from this, are we adjourning and making a motion not to approve?
May I suggest this too? We're going to disagree on the numbers fairly clearly. Maybe we could try to take a vote on some of our numbers, because that would really move us along. I would accept your number of 920 average, but I thought we really wanted to have a max, because it makes it much easier to enforce all this stuff. I personally would like to take the number, which was the 2011 number before they began to put in these TDMs, and I would like to get a higher number to explain the fact that averages are made up of higher and lower numbers. I threw out 125 because that's what other people have used. I don't hold any particular argument in favor of 1,100. It could be 1050, it could be some number, but I just don't think if you have an average number of 920, you can say, oh, well, let's forget it's an average and let's call it a max. So I would support what the chair is saying, but I think if that doesn't get, enough votes, maybe we can have 2 or 3 different iterations of this thing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Erickson.
So I guess without being too redundant, I would want to go back to the 880 number, which is the number, because if I look at it from the neighborhoods, we're trying to minimize the impact on them. So if we go back to the 880 number, that seems to me to be the point of departure. So that should be the average. And I think my colleague and friend and fellow Commissioner O'Donnell was generous with the 25% variation. And if we're depending upon the numbers, any of the numbers, the 814, the 8 are all in a range of less than 10%. The difference between the average and the maximum are less than 10%. So it's a simple math problem from the numbers that we have in front of us. So if we're relying upon those numbers, it's a question about should we rely upon those. Or if we're relying upon those numbers, it seems to me we can't deviate from relying on those numbers because somebody else gave us a different estimate. So, so if you take at 880, the maximum would be 933 then. So.
Well, I was going to say the maximum could be 920, so I think we're in the same range, but I know you want to do it by percentage.
Right.
Right.
I mean, the difference, so that's about a 6% difference. The difference between the maximum and the 814 average afterwards is about 7.5%. So it's probably somewhere in the range of, I would be comfortable because there's samples with it being closer to 10, but it seems to me 25 is too high. So, and actually if you take 10% of 880, you get 960, roughly. You get 968 technically, but if you're in the you get 960, so it's possible that we might contemplate a max of 960 and an average of 880 as a way to mitigate the impact of whatever enrollment there is.
All right.
Traffic.
I'm comfortable with that. How about you, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I am too.
Right, Commissioner Sayak?
I'm comfortable with the maximum of 880. I'm just thinking through the different deviations, and I want to see if I can get any support there. And the reasons why, even using the average after TDM, we showed that we could get to the 814. I'm relying on the tire index of 890. And this was pre-TDM in 2011. So that's the number I feel comfortable with.
So can you give me your average number?
I don't want an average. I want a maximum daily limit.
All right. And Commissioner Badami?
I would agree with the 880, and actually it almost seems too high, and I'm not going to be in favor of any averaging. I really believe that a stringent, conscientious plan to shuttle and carpool can lower the numbers, and I'm really concerned about the neighborhood.
Commissioner O'Donnell, you've already spoken. Commissioner Telesfor?
I could accept 880 just because of what we had with the tire computations, which said that 890 would be significantly impacting the neighborhood again. And, you cannot ignore all of those neighbors that came out. They had significant testimony. They were not, printed letters. They had their own experiences. They brought their own intelligence and numbers, et cetera, you cannot ignore them. So I would set it at 880 as max, period.
And no averaging.
And that table 5 showed, if we're supposed to use table 5 in the EIR as an example, then that's what it could be, is at 814. Very impressive.
All right,
Very impressive.
and Commissioner Birch?
When you look at the percentages, 880 is difficult, but I don't know that I want to go as much higher than that. I think I'm going to wind up being comfortable just sitting here running numbers somewhere more in between. So I guess that means I'm kind of Switzerland on this one. Just because as I run numbers, I keep falling in a little bit of a different number that seems to be a little bit above 900, but not quite so high. So, and the averaging to me, here's the reason I'm not crazy about the averaging though, because that I can strongly speak about, is just making it very simple for very transparent reporting to everybody. I think just having a clear-cut single number that we look at daily is much easier than trying to extrapolate information between different hours and things like that. I'm saying that just for the simplicity of reporting it to everybody. I think, one number is easier than going through a value of data.
All right, so let's, I'm going to let you cogitate on something.
Could I ask her a question, though? Because we're 3-3 is what it sounds like at the moment.
Correct, we are.
And Switzerland says she's not happy with 880, and she's not happy with 960.
I keep coming up with around 933.
I'm just saying, if you would throw it out, maybe we could get 4 votes.
I keep coming up around somewhere between 920 and 933. That when I look at what we're saying, TDM decreased. Instead of using 880 as a basis, I look at a number from 2011 that utilizes that decrease, taking a percentage student increase with the traffic increase that they're proposing. That's the range I got.
So, that's okay. So, Ms. Switzerland, what I understand from you is that 880 would be the max, 933 would be your max?
Yes. And I'm sorry, it's just a whole series of using percentages and ratios that got me there. But it seemed, but I can tell you that using that number was based on, instead of using the 2011 numbers before TDM was implemented, is taking what we're proposing to be the decrease on traffic based on that. And at 2011, which I actually expected to be better now because they've practiced this for a while, but it was utilizing that percentage. So instead of using numbers after that, it was using a percentage on that and then taking that and using it with the max number.
All right, so if I can talk to the traffic engineer for just a moment. So let me just give you this scenario. So they're reporting every single month and they've used their third party, and so now you get this data. And the data you're looking at, there's some aberrations over the 933, 880, 820, whatever number there is. There's an aberration because that was the week that they had parent-teacher conferences, or that was the week that they did have the basketball tournament. So how do you, what are you looking at on behalf of the town to be certain that the conditions of approval are being met?
So I think what you're asking is how we would make sure that they are meeting the average and the maximum when we receive the traffic counts. Is that?
We're not going to look at an average. We're looking at maximums now.
So how we would evaluate if they were meeting that maximum?
So every day there's a trip count, and every day they have to hit X number. And if they don't hit it, then are they out of compliance, or do you ask why they are not in compliance?
So ultimately it wouldn't matter if they don't meet the requirement, then they would be out of compliance.
It doesn't matter if it's school night. It doesn't matter if it's parent-teacher conference, basketball conference. I'm just asking the question,
Unless-
gentlemen, because I think we need to know for sure what we're asking the school to do.
Unless there was some exceptions that were put in, no, we would just look at if they met that number, and if they did not meet that number, they would be out of compliance.
Ms. Pravetti?
Thank you. And based on your earlier conversation, you did identify a few instances that would essentially constitute exceptions. So we would take that into account, but it is very possible that they may exceed that 933 or whatever the limit ends up being. So we would there would still be some computation, in other words, that staff would need to do.
Right, because they would have to adjust it to the permitted activities that we have approved, if we do approve this, as item 3 in the conditions of approval. So
But they can't do that unless we give them a number. In other words,
that's correct. So we're about to give them the
Okay,
number.
good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Birch has suggested 933. Mr. Erickson has suggested 880. Am I right? Did I get your name right on that number? No. 960?
Yeah, I guess I'm just still a proponent of doing both averages and maximums. So that would be 960 and 880. There's different reasons for doing those, in my opinion. But.
Well, I don't, I understand. Okay, Commissioner Sayak, have you shifted your position at all?
No.
Okay. And Commissioner Badami?
No.
Okay. All right. So we're going down the line. I know Commissioner Talasfor, you had stated right before I asked the traffic engineer, but go ahead.
Well, one thing that encourages me to think that we could still stay in the range of the 880 is that there are still many things they can do with their TDM plan, as is suggested here in the Nelson Nygaard report, which are improving and right-sizing shuttles, which I think this is amazing because this is what it says, which gives me hope that they'll meet the numbers. Shuttle vehicles should be sized appropriately to maximize ridership and provide convenience to Hillbrook families. So there's still, what my point is that there's a lot of other things yet to do in the TDM suggestions. And that's why I would like to keep that number lower.
All right, just for the sake of understanding where we are, Commissioner Birch, go ahead.
Well, just to, I guess, make it simpler, if I was going to have to pick from one side or the other, I'm going to err on the side of being conservative and stick with the 880, if that makes it easier.
All right, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I don't like the numbers we're using, but I would like to move on, and I would suggest that we try the 933 number, which was your max, and the 880 average, which is two people's. It's not a number I like, but if I were Hillbrook, I'd be appealing this thing anyway. But we've got a lot of things we have to do, and I would like to get a number rather than say we can't come up with a number, and let the council decide whether that's a reasonable number. Now, the other thing you raised was, well, what happens on those 10 exception nights when clearly you have more traffic? And we can pretend like it doesn't exist, and we can say, well, notwithstanding that we adopted 933 because we didn't pay any attention to that, that's as reasonable as what we're doing, I guess. So, but it would be nice to acknowledge there might be some circumstance that we've allowed for when you're going to go higher than the 880. And we at least ought to consider whether we ought to provide that, and either by saying staff should, I don't know, make some recommendations on that or something. You've got to come up with a number. And we do have some numbers on what happens on those nights. And if you simply said 933 is based upon X number of traffic, but on these nights you're going to have X plus whatever, you could factor those numbers. And we could do that either tonight or at least allow for the fact that ought to be done.
So on page 4 of your conditions, you kind of do address that under the previous, but it was using the average. So under 9C, one of the exceptions is the school may exceed the school year daily trips up to 10 times per year. So if you came up with a maximum then you would change that. The school may exceed the school year maximum trips up to 10 times per year. What this isn't when you just use a maximum is you're not taking into account any of those other exceptions, the rainy days, the plague, whatever, that no one carpools. So those are the exceptions that I think you heard that Hillbrook was concerned about, where there are those times when there are, and those would no longer be exceptions, and they might exceed it on those days. So you do have the 10 exceptions for that, even if you just have a maximum.
All right. For the purposes of moving ahead, Commissioner Erickson, are you, is it possible to move ahead with the number 880 as the maximum and no average? Oh, are we at 933? I'm sorry.
I did, but then I said for the sake of making this simpler, because this is going on too long, I would rather err on the side of being conservative, so I will go with 880, and then we can move forward.
Commissioner Erickson.
So here's my concern. Because these issues are all interrelated, and we haven't yet talked about student enrollment, there's probably some point, I don't know what that point is, of diminishing return with any transportation demand management program unless the school went to full busing and totally managed the transportation. But as long as we're assuming they're doing something, there's a point of diminishing return. My concern is if we use too low of a number, we are then by default potentially making a decision about limiting their enrollment. And that's okay. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I think one needs to not decide this issue without contemplating the potential implications for enrollment.
Yes.
Can I suggest, for purposes of moving it along, we don't have to have a final vote on anything, but if we said, I mean, it appears to me we have 4 votes, I think it's 4, for 880, period. We agree with those numbers, and when we finally vote on it, I will vote no on that. But for purposes of moving it along, maybe we could say there are 4 people that want 880, and let's just say, put that there in our list and move on to the other things. At the end of the day, we'll vote on how this is done, maybe break it down, and it would be my best estimate that somebody else will make the final decision.
I think that's a good suggestion, Commissioner O'Donnell, because I also, though, do want to bring some consensus to the issue of penalties for noncompliance. And I did make a suggestion earlier that we do have a monthly report from an embedded counter calculated by a third-party vendor and disseminated to the town no later than the 10th day of the following month. And that we do that every month between now and September of 2015. And if they have remained in compliance, then they can enroll 33 more students in September. I think just logically it tells me that they have to be enrolling students before September, for September. So that would be a monthly count between now and I think we could say June would be average. If they do not comply on any given month, then they are penalized for overtrips. And the penalty is that they cannot then, well, there's a monetary amount, and I think that this is in all of our paperwork. The school actually, I believe, suggested that themselves, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000. I'm suggesting that they also then, on the third time that they are not in compliance, they are then, future enrollment is reduced by 10 students. Now, I think, Commissioner Erickson, you might say to me, well, who even knows they'll bring 10 students in, but in any case, it's just my starting point.
So here's my concern about that. Schools, in my experience, are run on a cycle of academic years. So this academic year is already in motion, and they don't have significant ways that they can adjust what they're doing in this particular year, I would guess. So to, in mid-year, impose something on them and then to expect them to comply with that and to make that a condition of the future seems like to me not fair to them because they're on the kind of cycle. So if we want to do that, I would suggest that those kind of things be imposed for the 15-16 academic year, and that any enrollment increase would not occur until 16-17, out of just fairness and some understanding of the cycles that schools run on. Because parents have made plans about how they get their children back and forth to school. There's a whole myriad of issues that affect the school, the families, the students, if we try to impose something in mid-year of a school year.
I appreciate that comment, Commissioner Erickson, especially given your 30 or 40 years in academics. I think that you come with a lot of credibility with that. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I think we can accomplish your purpose and also meet Commissioner Erickson's, I think, correct statement by simply imposing the checking on the existing limits. And if, in fact, they stay in compliance with the existing limits for whatever period of months it is, then they can move on to the additional students, not greater than, I think we were using a third of the number. They may do less because it's up to their schedule. As to whether that would be determined in June, I don't know, because that's an academic question too. I don't know if you find out in June that you can do it, now you're going to run out and get, 33 students? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So we may want to do something with that hours. But I think to address the question of you can't change right now, if they simply comply with what they're supposed to comply with, at least they would be establishing credibility with us, and that would allow us to consent to allow them to bring in more students, up to, in your suggestion, a third of the 99.
Commissioner Erickson.
That being said, if I understand correctly, I'd ask this of the staff, the only requirement in their existing CUP is 165, not exceeding 165, on average of 165 at peak periods. Is that correct? There's no other traffic limitation, trip limitation in the existing CUP, I don't think.
Almost correct. Instead of an average, it's a max during the peak period.
Okay,
yes,
sorry.
but you're correct that there is no daily cap.
So all they would have to do is comply with no more than 165. Sorry.
Well, I don't think that's correct, Commissioner Erickson. If we are passing this evening, if we do vote for the modification, then I believe we can impose our new conditions as of, and we can say January 1st. I mean, but we don't have to say, well, you can keep it under the old cap until when? Until June? No, I'd say if this is what we think is right, this is right for the neighborhood, then I think we begin it. I mean, technically, maybe they do need until January to begin it, but I don't think we wait until next year to start the new number.
How do they tell the parents in January that notwithstanding you were admitted in September, we're changing the rules of the game? I don't know how you do that. That doesn't seem to give them a very fair opportunity. To me, you can say, we want you to comply with whatever the rules are. If the new rules will not go into effect unless you're in compliance with the old rules. If you are in compliance with the old rules, then whatever the new rules are, you'll at least know what they are and you can comply with them. But if you say, bingo, it's January and we don't care what you told the people, you're out of compliance because you didn't tell them what we're dreaming up now.
Well, commissioners, you have any thoughts on that? Commissioner Sayak.
I understand the issues here, but my understanding is that Hillbrook is in compliance now with their current CUP. Is that correct? I'm looking at staff.
Yes.
So if they're in compliance now, then if I'm understanding this train of thought, then we we let this CUP go until until the academic year ends, and then we begin the new CUP? Or are we saying, it seems like we should just give Hillbrook that flexibility. If they want to use the existing CUP because they don't want to change mid-year for families that have already set their schedule, or give them the option to say, yes, we can meet the new CUP, and then give us that time to then move on to the next phase of enrollment. The issue that I'm having, though, is I believe applications come out in January. And so if families are now applying for the next academic year, we're not really giving them much time for compliance. So we are on a somewhat limited time frame now. And so it is to Commissioner Erickson's benefit to wait a whole calendar year, but then is that necessarily fair to Hillbrook? Because now we're looking at a year and a half calendar-wise. So I just throw that out there.
Commissioner Talasford, then Commissioner Birch.
And I would agree with Commissioner Erickson. I think that sounds, reasonable, and it's a beginning, and it's defined. On the other hand, I do wonder if it would penalize Hillbrook. So maybe they could make up their own mind when whether this gets approved or not. Do you know what I'm saying? Do we let them do it? Otherwise, I would agree with Commissioner Erickson.
Mr. Paulson, if I could ask you a question. No matter what we decide this evening, it's an appealable process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So so if for any reason our decision were appealed, it has to go to the town council and be calendared and then heard.
Correct.
So so we're looking at a delay. We're looking at a possible delay anyway. We have to take that into consideration, that not everyone is going to agree with us this evening. We're hoping everyone agrees with us, but it's a possibility. All right. So given that, Commissioner Erickson, I can understand then your position to start this in the school calendar year that begins in September 2015. Is that correct? Is that what you meant to say? No.
Yes, yes, I guess.
All right. So, Commissioner Sayak, all right. Okay, for purposes of moving forward, could we just talk about, we're still under number 4, can we talk about fines and penalties? And I know we're somewhere between 840 or 860 and 933, but let's just talk about fines and penalties. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Well, if this period of time up till whatever, June, let's say, all they have to do is comply with, at their option, as Commissioner Sachs says, but all they have to do is comply with what now exists, I would think the penalties ought to be the monetary penalties. The non-monetary penalties, i.e. the reduction in incoming years, would not go into effect until either it was elected in this year or, in fact, went into effect next academic year. So, assuming for the moment that all we're going to do is enforce the existing rules for the rest of the academic year, a violation of those rules, one has to wonder whether we have a right to do that, since they already have a vested right on what's going to happen. So maybe we ought to say it's informative as to whether or not they're in compliance, because we can't tamper with what already exists and is vested. It just occurred to me. But at least we can find out whether they're in compliance, because that will influence us as to whether the next step goes into effect, i.e. next September, when you have an increase in students. And if they're allowed that increase because of no substantial violations during the rest of the academic year, then they'd get a third, up to a third, because they don't have to do a third. And if they violate that, I think what the chair has already suggested would work, and that is, on your first violation, you had a penalty. On your second violation, you had a penalty. And on your third violation, it was the end of the ballgame. I think that's what the chair had said. But I'll defer to the town attorney. I don't quite understand if they violate the existing use permit how we have a right to change the penalty for that. Maybe maybe it's not the problem I think it is.
I think you're overcomplicating it. I think you should not be concerned at this point in time about what Hillbrook and where they want to do their enrollment, whether that's 215, 216, 217. Let them figure that out. You should keep it as simple as possible and look at what enrollment you're going to allow them. Not what enrollment, but
I'm simply
what
asking you on the penalty. Do we have a right to change the penalty
on the
this
current
year
on the current
use permit? That's all I'm asking you.
If you want us to try to rework the whole permit as to what would happen if they do enrollment or don't do enrollment.
No, they have existing limitations right now.
And they're asking for
which they violate. There are certain things that occur whether we do anything tonight or not. And I'm saying if we want to change those results, can we do it?
Not under the current permit.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
So everything we do, Commissioner O'Donnell, is predicated on this new application. So whatever we approve, it's the new application. So if we say that we want the monthly monitoring to begin as soon as the appeal process is over, because we have to assume we're going to make a decision tonight and it may or may not get appealed. If it does not get appealed, then it goes into effect. Am I correct with the timing? So therefore, beginning as soon as the CUP is or is not, I mean, we don't want to preclude the decision, but beginning at that point, then Hillbrook is under the monthly monitoring and under the penalty phase and under the enrollment phase. And I believe we did have testimony that they do have mid-year enrollment. So I would leave that part up to them. However, I'm looking here for some confirmation that I'm on the right track here. This is what people understand. Okay, all right. So with that in mind, the penalties that I had suggested and Commissioner O'Donnell had repeated were the first penalty would be the $1,000. The second penalty would be the $5,000. The third penalty would be, third violation would be $10,000 plus a reduction in the following year's enrollment. Yes.
By how much?
I think it should be by 10 students, but that is not any scientific number that I picked out. I think actually that may have been suggested by one of the speakers, and it seemed to resonate to be the right amount.
Thank you.
All right. So this is where we are with condition number 4.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
So if the new standards are applied, let's say as of December or January, whenever this is done, and in fact there are sufficient violations that the reduction of students goes into effect, that would mean that in 2015-16, instead of having up to 33, they could have up to 23. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Talasfor.
Commissioner O'Donnell, you had mentioned what you thought penalty phase was. I think Ms. Fervetti wrote it down. Is that correct?
Well, actually, it's chairs. I asked the chair if that was her intention, and she said yes.
No, but I mean, but earlier tonight, you had put out something out for a penalty phase?
But we're past that now. We're on this new stuff.
Okay. So, all right. So I was just wanted to know if you wanted it incorporated some other way.
All right. Are we ready to move on to condition number 5? Yes, Commissioner Erickson.
Probably is true that I'm dense, but at this point in time, I'm kind of lost with where we are. So it would be helpful if I could understand. So did we move forward from a maximum of 880? Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Correct. There was general consensus.
2B, and then the implementation of whatever we're going to do when the penalties apply? Do they apply to that number, and what date is that implemented?
So that is implemented on the first day of the month following the final decision. So in other words, we make a decision this evening. If it is not appealed, then the appeal period is 10 days. So then it would begin in November 1st.
But don't they have the option of whether they, I mean, I thought we had already covered the problem with
They have
not
no,
being able, just one second, not being able to impose new numbers this year before, because, let me, I'm trying to think, it's very difficult, but we had this big discussion about how they can't do that because the year is mapped out, and we're going to say, guess what, in January, you've got some real problems because now you have to implement something that's in the middle of your academic year. I thought we said that was unfair.
Commissioner O'Donnell, they brought their conditional use permit application in this year. They didn't wait for it to be heard. So they would like some certainty, I'm sure, whether or not we're going to approve this, and if so, under what conditions. So what I think I'm hearing you say, though, is that you would like it to begin in terms of the number of trips and the number of students allowed in September. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Well, I'm saying if you're going to impose penalties on new student limits that they have no control over because they're in the middle of a school year, that seems to be something that probably is unenforceable.
Commissioner Birch, and then maybe we want to hear from the town attorney first.
Well, it may be a question that might pertain to that. On item number 2, it says, blah, 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 approval, unless the approval has been vested, and the next sentence says, operation of the school is considered vesting. So I've taken that, as we've done this, to say that if we go through this process and we make a decision, it doesn't get appealed, it's vested because they're operating. So I guess I didn't think that this whole discussion on whether we started in a year or something actually was applicable because the school was operating.
Correct, and there may be a way to craft a condition that satisfies everybody in this, and that you want to get the monthly reports immediately and start doing the counts at 880. But certainly you have the ability to put in the penalties, but have a start date for those penalties to occur not until next year. So in other words, if there are exceedances, you'll see those happening now and know that they wouldn't be entitled to the enrollment because they exceeded them, but the penalties wouldn't kick in until next September. That might be a suggestion on how you alleviate the concern about this year. There's no penalties, but at least you're getting the information and know whether there'd be an enrollment increase allowed. Just an idea.
Might I ask the town attorney, too? My understanding of vesting is when the applicant takes advantage of the permit that they were given, and when they make an irreparable change, then it's vested. And obviously, simply because we pass something tonight that they don't take advantage of until next September would mean it hasn't vested. Is that correct?
The issue of whether the enrollment is the actual vesting or whether the other conditions are is still an issue that I'm not fully decided on whether that is. Usually, the vesting occurs when the applicant agrees to sign the permit when he picks it up. In this case, we make him sign that at the beginning of the application phase, that he agrees to all the conditions that are approved. So we do a little different here.
My recollection was when you dug ground, that kind of permit vested because you did something which was irreparable. That when you walked out with the application in your hand, it was not vesting.
Commissioner Erickson.
Just a detailed point of clarification. I would suggest if we go to monthly reporting that it be mid-month to mid-month. The reason for as opposed to the first of the month to the middle of the month, because they start the academic year in the middle of a month and they end it in the middle of a month. So I would suggest that the monthly reporting be mid-month to mid-month.
That's a very good suggestion. I can support that, Commissioner Erickson. Yes, Commissioner Telesfor.
To add on to that, just in case in some year forward, they changed the date of school starting. Instead of saying mid-month, why don't we just say of day one of the academic year? Or no, not day one, but wait, how would we do that? I guess you would say when the academic year begins. Then it's 1 month after that the monitoring is reported in. Does that make sense? So that mid-month is too hard, only because they could decide to start the school year the first week of June.
So what you're suggesting, Commissioner Talasfor, is that the reporting could be adjusted year to year depending on the day of the week and the day of the month.
The day that the school year commences.
Will
It would
begin
be
the 30 days, every 30 days.
After that, yeah. Yes.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
This permit is going to apply to the academic year and the summer, right? So once this thing starts to kick in, we don't have to worry anymore about any of that stuff because the permit, by its own terms, will apply to the academic year and the summer, i.e. 12 rolling months, right?
So what you're suggesting is that we just keep it monthly, but in the middle of the month?
Middle month's fine.
All right, so it's going to be the 15th to the following 14th, and then they have to produce the report no later than the 30 or 31st day, the last day of the month. All right, so I'm wondering if we've had an opportunity to think about the number, because I'd like to really tie up that condition number 4, and we were at the 880 figure. Sure. Okay, let's just go down the line and vote. Commissioner Birch, how do you feel about the max daily trip count of 880?
Yeah, I'll support that.
All right, Commissioner Talasfor?
I'm supporting that based on the Nelson Nygaard, or no, the
All right.
tire computations.
All right.
It said anything above that would
Okay.
significantly impair
Got it.
residential
Okay,
environment.
all right. Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I don't support it.
All right, Commissioner Bandami?
I support it, and again, I'm going to refer to that TIRE analysis.
All right, Commissioner Sayak?
I support it.
Commissioner Erickson?
I wouldn't support it.
All right, and Chair Smith does not support it, therefore it does pass, however, as 880 is the maximum trip count. Now, Commissioners, this is going to begin the middle of next month. Is that true? So it wouldn't begin October 15th, but it would begin November 15th? Are we in agreement that that can go into the conditions of approval?
Shouldn't we say so many days after the permit is final? Because, if we pick a date now and it's appealed.
All right. Okay, so then we can say within 30 days after the
After the finality of the permit.
All right. Okay. Commissioner Erickson, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
So are we assuming, I guess I was assuming and voting yes, that this applies only to the school year, not to summer programs. Is that consistent with the chair's understanding?
No, my understanding is that this is a 12-month maximum cap, but we know we discussed summer as being lower. However, I understood this was going to be, the school runs all year. This runs 12 months out of the year. This is 12 months out of the year. Any disagreement? Okay, seeing none. All right, so the next thing is that the enrollment in 2015-16, is there consensus that we will allow an increase in that academic year? And that's, I see, general approval. Is that up to 33 students if they are complying with the conditional use permit number 4, which is 880? Commissioner Bandami?
I'm still having issues increasing it to 414 even over time.
Do you want to talk more about that?
Give me a minute.
Commissioner Birch?
I'm okay with that because I think the issue has been the traffic. And if we've settled on the volume of traffic, their ability to increase the number of students within that parameter is up to them. So,
All right. Any other comments, commissioners? Are we in agreement then that 2015 will begin with 33? I know Commissioner Bondami, what you expressed. Anyone else want to express anything? All right. If they're in compliance, then 2016-17 they can add another 33, and 2017-18 they can add another 33, and they are maxed out at 99 additional students. Yes, Commissioner Bondami.
I can't go along with that.
No, I know that. I mean, you already stated that.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've got commercial deliveries, noise, in addition to traffic.
Right. Well, we
increase
haven't
that.
even finished. Yeah, we're still on number 4. We're just trying to flesh out
Okay.
condition of approval number 4. All right. So I think we have covered the issues in number 4, Commissioner Erickson.
And we're presuming that 414 number applies to summer programs also?
Yes.
Is the summer linked to the prior academic year, or does it follow the academic year, or does it precede the academic year?
So
Does the
what
414
you're
kick
saying
in
is
in summer of 2015 or summer of 2016?
no, it's going to begin in September of 2015.
So the summer number is linked to the prior school year.
No, the subsequent school year. So if it's going to start in September 2015, then June, July, August of 2016 would be the first time that there would be an increase.
Right.
If we're talking about summer enrollment.
Right, so that's the prior school year. The prior school year goes
prior
to
to the-
414,
to
and
the-
then the summer follows the prior school year, right?
If you say so.
Okay. And it's important for their planning to understand when the number kicks in.
I think you two are not saying the same thing.
I think we are not either. I'm saying the number kicks in September, or you can say August 15th, whatever day they start, August 15, 2015. They cannot increase the summer before that. They can't increase June of 15 to 33 students, up to 33 students. So I take it as the subsequent, but in any case, we don't even have to use those words. Let's just say that the first enrollment can be in the August academic, or the beginning of the August academic year. Okay, thank you. All right, number 5. I have a question of staff for when we're talking about the employees maximizing at 12, can you tell me if that how we would interpret that for the employees who are also parents and might be attending these events? Because we're talking about in the gymnasium. The maximum number of employees on site during activities in the gymnasium, which draws an audience, shall not exceed 12. I'm not sure what the thinking was behind that.
That number comes from the existing conditional use permit, so it was a carryover. Outside of that, any staff limitations is limited to the number of parking spaces on site. Any visitor limitations is limited to the number of parking spaces on site. So you could theoretically remove that portion of the condition and just say that all parking must be accommodated on site. That being said, you do want to take into consideration that neighbors are concerned that the number of employees increase over time, and so they have, in order to clarify what is allowed on the school campus, staff has taken that concern into consideration and put that max number of employees in the proposed conditions of approval.
And the maximum is 80 and the parking is 80. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Does anyone have a problem with this, Commissioner Talasfor?
How is that monitored? Who's going to be going there and counting the 12 teachers or staff, whatever? How is that monitored?
There is no proposed monitoring for that. If there was a complaint that the town received that the school was exceeding either the number of employees during the day or the number of employees during evening activities, we would investigate that, but we don't have the capacity to ask for a list every day of the number of employees on site.
Okay, one might wonder why it's in there then. But we can't
Commissioner
monitor it.
Erickson?
So help me understand the staff. Is it the number of employees on site on a particular day, or is it the total number of employees?
Town code requires it based on the total number of employees.
Okay, so it's not related to being on site. Then, Chair, I would suggest as I'm comfortable with the number 80 as long as employees includes all regular employees, and I can be an employee and a parent at the same time, but I only get counted if I'm on the payroll. Student teachers and interns, and any contract workers so if the school were to decide to hire an independent contractor to teach a French class or to hire a company to execute something on their behalf, that all of those contract workers would be included in the 80.
Yes, I'm comfortable with that myself. Ms. Pervetti, you've made a notation of that. All right, if we could, no other questions on 5, if we can move on to 6. Delivery shall occur between 7 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. 7 days a week. And Ms. Savage, I find this way overboard, frankly. And I don't think deliveries should take place after 5:30 in the evening, and I definitely do not think they should take place on weekends. Ms. Telesfor.
My sentiments, exactly.
Ms. Badami?
I support that as well.
Is there any objection to changing that? All right, so it'll be 7 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. Condition number 7. Very clear. Commissioner Telesfor?
Could we have a definition again of the third party?
We don't have one proposed in the conditions, but if the commission wanted to entertain one, we could certainly provide one.
Thank you, I would.
Commissioner Erickson?
So this may not be a quote definition in the way that Commissioner Telesfor was talking about it, but I would take it to mean that if the school was choosing to hire either an independent person or an organization to execute a program on their behalf, they could choose to do that. That would be and the contractual agreement for doing that would need to be between that party and the school, and any fees associated with that, if it were a supplemental program where there was an extra charge, those fees would be paid to the school. So it was clear that the school was running the program and had simply chosen in this case to contract for someone to execute their program, so there would never be an instance where a family would pay the contractor directly, that they would pay the school and the school would hire them, and the contractual agreements would flow from that, so that it helps be clear who is responsible for that program and whose program it is.
I'm acceptable with that. I mean, I think it clears up some incidents that had happened in past years, and it clarifies it. So, Ms. Pervetti, I hope you have captured that. Thank you. So, as we move on to 8, 9, and 10, they were very much impacted by the work that we did on condition number 4. So I am wondering if we need all of these calculations any longer. We set a max. We didn't set a peak and a AM peak and PM peak and volleyball tournaments. So, Commissioner Erickson.
Clearly, there's no reason, given the position of the majority of the commissioners to have a differentiation between school year and summer in here so we can merge those two.
So it is my suggestion, commissioners, that we are going to eliminate, unless you see a reason for any of the language in 8, 9, or 10, because we have included in number 4 our maximum daily count. All right. The monitoring on 11, we also discussed. And so we are now on to 12, which is the neighborhood coordination. I have some suggestions if the commissioners will bear with me. I would suggest that this be revised to read that the applicant shall conduct a quarterly neighborhood meeting facilitated by an outside consultant experienced in facilitation of groups with competing interests and viewpoints. A list of attendees with addresses shall be kept by the facilitator, and a written report of discussion points shall be provided to the school, to interested neighbors, and posted on the school website. The neighbors may submit items for discussion electronically up to 72 hours prior to the meeting. Yes, Commissioner Telesfor?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but in D, there's just it's missing a word. It's an editing issue. It says, any resident wishing to receive notifications by mail and/or email can submit a written letter, note.
Request.
Just
Right.
what's the word?
Request.
Request, thank you.
Commissioner Birch?
On B, in our discussion with the applicant, I think you had specifically asked them about mailing out the schedule of events, so I think that we should ask that. I think that when our discussion was, they said they knew them at the beginning of the school year, so perhaps there's just a local mailing at the beginning of the school year.
My point, just so that I can go back and make sure everyone understands, is that there's going to be quarterly meetings, not an annual meeting with the neighborhood. Neighborhood committee, number 13. I'd like to see the neighborhood committee for the first 24 months meet monthly and maintain and post meeting minutes. And my feeling is that this puts a burden on the school and on the neighbors to stay in touch with each other through their committee. And I believe that more frequent contact can possibly resolve some of the issues that we've seen both sides face in our hearings. Any other comments? Commissioner Birch?
After the 24 months, how frequently would you like them to meet?
Then I think that the committee and the school can agree on how often they meet.
After that.
Number 14, are there any suggestions? Any suggestions? I'm sorry, Commissioner Erickson?
So if there's a transportation demand management plan that includes carpooling, I'm not sure why one would have a condition that referred to carpooling.
Thank you for saying that, because I actually had thought about a condition of approval that requires a carpool tracking program, and I got the idea from the attachment for the Archer School System carpool program with their carpool permits. And so I just really wondered about how the commissioners feel about tightening up the carpool reporting, and maybe we don't need to worry about that because we've set the cap at what it is, and so we've solved the carpooling issue. Or we're going to let the school solve the carpooling issue. Are you in agreement with that, everyone? All right, so parking. One thing that I did wonder about, Ms. Savage, is naming this particular church or house of worship in their conditional use permit, because it could be that the school will engage with other either churches or whatever facilities for their pickup and drop-off areas and parking. So I do hesitate to name a particular site unless you feel that it's named in here because you felt that it was necessary.
The town code requires a conditional use permit for off-site parking. The Calvary Church has an existing conditional use permit that allows other entities to park on their property, and that is why the language is specifically in there.
All right, so then if the school made an arrangement with the Presbyterian Church, for instance, they would have to come in for a conditional use permit.
Correct.
All right, so I understand now, thank you. I believe number 17 is clear and number 18 are clear, but if any commissioners have comments on those two items, please step forward. (19) 20, 21. So I do have yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Erickson, I didn't see your hand.
Can you go back to 20 for just a second?
Yes, certainly.
I don't know whether it would be appropriate to put it there, but I would suggest that we prohibit outdoor amplified sound, whether it goes there or not, on the school, so that we prohibit outdoor amplified sound.
So if a coach is using I want to call it a bullhorn, but I don't think that's the right thing. Is that an amplified noise?
Yes, ma'am.
If the coach is using a whistle, is that amplified?
That's a whistle, not amplified sound.
Okay. So, yes, Commissioner Sayak.
I just want to, right now in the CUP, it says one amplified DJ event is permitted. Do we know what that is? Is that a standing school event that is already occurring?
It is, and it's taken directly from the previous conditional use permit.
So if this is already in existence, I'd be hesitant to remove it, especially if it's notified ahead of time. Do you happen to know what it is?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I don't think that the Commissioner Erickson was asking to remove it.
Actually, can you clarify? Were you saying all amplified?
No, I said outdoor amplified sound. So I was assuming the DJ event was indoors.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Just to clarify, the DJ event, it does occur outside at this time. It does not occur indoors.
So I would still recommend excluding outdoor amplified music. But I would leave the option in to have an indoor amplified DJ.
You know, I have a mixed sense about that, and it comes from a lot of different experience here in Los Gatos, living 6 doors down from St. Mary's and listening to their band during their festival, which we all accommodated as neighbors, living next door to the high school playing fields and listening to the music ahead of an event that eventually stops. So I don't know, is this part of a school being a school one time a year, having amplified noise, or amplified DJ, I'm sorry. Commissioner O'Donnell?
Could I find out if we have a right to take away the right under the prior use permit? Because that's what we're doing, if we get rid of that.
Yes, you have the ability to change any because you're increasing the enrollment.
So we can change any of the prior conditions. Okay.
Yes.
So, is that DJ event one of the 10 events?
Yes.
Because it occurs in the evening?
One moment. It is just evening.
Commissioner Sayak.
I would be inclined to leave it in there. It's something, it sounds like it's one of the 10 events that is already being shared with the neighbors. I don't know what the event is, but every school has certain events, and it seems like if we were to take away that something already existing, that would be penalizing them. I just think we should keep it.
Commissioner Talasfor.
I would also keep it because it pretty much goes with us. Every school has that. And I think the neighbors are probably used to it, and and it's counted in one of the 10 events, so I think it's taken care of. So I would leave it. But I would consider what Commissioner Erickson is talking about for the other amplified. I didn't think about that. When I was in high school, my coaches did use whistles, and they seemed to be able to, have control of us. So I could see maybe not amplified microphones. Is that what you were referring to, Commissioner Erickson? Amplified microphones and anything else?
Any sort of amplified sound.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a response to a lot of feedback that we've gotten from neighbors about noise, so.
Commissioner Birch.
I would suggest we keep it. As been mentioned, it is something that a lot of schools do. However, I would encourage the school that if it was a fun night, like an outdoor movie night or something, I would encourage you to invite the neighbors to be participants.
All right, so shall we move on to 21? I think we heard from the neighbors on Long Meadow that they do not wish to have a sound wall. My question for Ms. Savage, I think, is since they don't want a sound barrier, I'm wondering if the school should explore additional foliage to be planted between on the property line. And I was just thinking about the trees that are there now. And I just wonder if you pursued that at all with the applicant.
We did not. The sound barrier that would mitigate the additional sound in that area would have to be a solid wood fence with no gaps. That being said, the hedges does somewhat reduce sound, certainly from kids screaming, not significantly, but it is not a requirement. It is only an option if the neighbors agree. Another thing to think about is that they don't need to put it on the property line, but rather adjacent to the property line, so the school could choose to do the plants without affecting the neighbor's property.
Correct. So do we want to require that of the school, or are we just going to move on and just ignore 21? Because the neighbors were very clear with us that they do not want a sound barrier wall. Any comments? Commissioner Erickson?
I'd be comfortable with just deleting 21.
I think I heard from Ms. Birch that she's thinking that maybe we should just leave it, and if the school wants to do it, they would do it. But I think I would not like to give the school the option to do it because the neighbors do not want it. All right? So they were very clear with us on that. So I think we should eliminate 21.
Them from putting the
The hedges up or
No, it doesn't prevent the wall either. The fact that we give them an obligation is one thing. We're removing the obligation, but we're not removing their right.
Thank you. Commissioner Badami?
But if the residents of 183 and 185 Long Meadow Drive move, and then you have new people that move in, they might want the noise wall. So if we take this, why remove it?
I see what you're saying. It does say that if desired by the homeowners, it gives two homeowners on Long Meadow the opportunity to request this wall, but we heard from more than those two homeowners. So I'd say we leave it. Thank you, Commissioner Bondami. That was a good suggestion. Do we have any questions on 22, 23, 24?
Didn't we kind of discuss that already? Isn't 24 superseded by the things we previously said? I guess let me repeat that since I didn't turn the mic on. Isn't 24 superseded by our prior discussion?
Madam Chair, I would just add that 24 is more of the larger non-compliance process, so the ability under the town code to do a revocation and all the other compliances is captured by number 24.
Okay.
25, we have already talked about the penalties, and I believe we laid those out. 26, I would like to see the school come before the Planning Commission for one-year reviews. And I'd like to say in perpetuity, but I think if we just say for the next 10 years, that will probably do it. But we have required that of other applicants in the past, that they appear before us each year and discuss the conditions of approval and their compliance with them, and I would like to see that happen with these folks as well. Commissioner Talaspo?
I would agree with that.
For how many years?
Well, you go ahead and throw out, I said for the next 10 years. Hopefully in my lifetime. So we can say the next 5 years. I want to recognize the fact that in 2001, we had hearings. We are now in 2014.
Well, the last sentence is the Planning Commission may choose to require a subsequent one-year review. You could just say require subsequent one-year reviews, plural, and then you don't have to get into 10 years.
I think that's good. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
It's something.
All right. We have gone through the conditions of approval. We are very close to an opportunity to make a motion. We are pushed up against the clock. We will need a motion also to continue the meeting past 11:30 if our commissioners are acceptable to that. I can put in my own recommendation, and that is that we complete this evening. I think we are close to completing it, and we are close to a motion. Commissioner Birch?
I'll make a motion to continue the meeting past 11:30 tonight so that we can finalize this item.
Thank you. Any second? Commissioner Bondami?
I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you. All in favor? Aye. All right, so we're continuing on. We have had extensive discussions. Yes, Commissioner Talasfor?
I'm just, I'm looking at number 4 again, number of students, and I'm wondering, would it make any sense at all that it says the maximum number of students? Would it make any sense at all to clarify that and say the maximum number of yearly enrolled Hillbrook students shall be limited to? I just wanted to be very specific. Is that
Any comment?
anyone have a
Commissioner
comment on
Birch?
that?
Then I just want to ask staff, the summer program that we've talked about that involves outside students coming in, did you say that they are brought in as Hillbrook students just for that summer program?
They are enrolled during those summer programs, yes.
Then I think that would be fine.
So Commissioner Talasfor, could you repeat what it is that you would like it to say?
We'd like it to say, just to be clear, the maximum number of yearly enrolled Hillbrook students shall be limited to. It just clarifies that they're enrolled in the school.
Any comments, other commissioners? No? All right, we're accepting that then. I'm sorry. Commissioner Erickson could not hear what you were suggesting.
Oh, sorry. Read that again. Yeah, it's on. I'm sorry. I was just suggesting to be very clear about students and that number 4 condition read, the maximum number of yearly enrolled Hillbrook students shall be limited to, and then whatever that number is. It's just to be very specific about who the students are for the year, academic year.
All right, commissioners. Are any of you brave enough to make a motion? Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'll make a motion only on the EIR, and I would move that we certify the EIR as being in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. So that would be my motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that? Commissioner Erickson?
I'll second.
All right. Thank you. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? No one? So the EIR is certified for purposes of this hearing and the application. Environmental Impact Report EIR 13-001. All right, so now I'm looking for a motion or further discussion prior to a motion on the request to modify the conditional use permit. All right. Is the chair going to have to make the motion? All right, I guess so. All right. In view of the restrictions that we have put on the applicant based on all of the testimony we received, including from many parents of students here in Los Gatos. And I just want to state that I do believe that Hillbrook is an asset to Los Gatos, and I am willing to make a motion to approve the modified conditional use permit under the as soon as Ms. Pravetti is going to read them, under the modified conditions of approval that we discussed. So that will be my motion to approve the conditional use permit U-12-002. And I believe that my findings, Ms. Savage, I'm looking for the findings that you usually provide to us so readily.
Exhibit 6.
I thought it was in the staff report.
And also overhead right now for anyone who needs a reference.
We're looking for it. Okay, thank you. All right. So my motion will include that we are finding that the conditional use permit, as we have modified it, is as required by Section 2920-190 of the Town Code. The proposed use of the property is essential and/or desirable for the public convenience or welfare, in that it allows youth education facility to expand and continue operation. The proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone. The proposed use would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare. And the proposed use will meet the objectives of the general plan and the town code as discussed in the September 24th Planning Commission report. And we have already certified the EIR, so have I made the required findings? Ms. Pravetti, Mr. Paulson, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion? Commissioner Erickson?
I'd be willing to second the motion with a request of the chair that we take a 5, 10, 15-minute break and ask the staff to, in writing, outline what we are voting on as the conditions and place it on the overhead so that there's no misunderstanding about what we're voting on?
I think that's an excellent suggestion, Commissioner Erickson, and we will then, Ms. Pavetti, you probably need 10 minutes. Fortunately, you have wonderful handwriting, so I think we don't need to worry about typing it up, just get it to the overhead. Thank you. We will come back at 11:30. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain that the delay was caused by the wonderful professionalism of our staff, who, rather than, I was willing to accept Ms. Pavetti's good handwriting, but rather than do that, they actually made all the changes on the document that we received this evening and that you could actually follow along with us. So we're going to post it on there. So my motion, which was seconded, was to approve the conditional use permit modification based on these conditions of approval. So Commissioner Erickson, I know you wanted to see them in writing. Do you need a few minutes to read them, or shall we go through them together? What's your prerogative this evening?
I love group activities.
I didn't hear that, luckily. Let's go through it together. Okay. And let me get my notes out here.
Would it assist if we walked through them, or
Yes,
would you like
please.
to take?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. And really thanks to all of the commissioners and to Jennifer for her rapid typing. So starting on page 2 of the document, and these are all in track change mode, so the public can watch the screen, and if there are additional modifications, we can do those for you in real time, so that way you can see them reflected on the screen. So at the top of page 2, the after sports competitions now includes and other competitions with a maximum of 5 times per week and no more than 3 outdoor events. And we assumed that the intent was this would still be during the academic year. Then towards the bottom of the same page, we combine volleyball and basketball tournaments, Saturday only, 3 Saturdays per academic year. Top of page 3 is the deletion of basketball tournaments, grounds and facilities maintenance, 8 to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on weekends. except that no outdoor grounds maintenance can occur on the weekends. So we tried to capture the limited hours for indoor cleaning and repair. We may need Commissioner Erickson's help with the next one. Faculty and administrator workday, weekday work, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Vehicles have to be off the campus by 6:30. Weekend work, same hours, 6 p.m. with vehicles off by 6:30. And academic year only for weekend work.
So the intent of my suggestion was not to limit them till 6 p.m. during the academic year, only during the summer.
Okay, so summer is only, okay. So 6 p.m. summer only, and then during the academic year, they can go till 9.
Yeah.
Commissioner Erickson, can I just be sure that I understand? What you're suggesting is that when it's weekend, whether it's weekday or weekend work, you are still suggesting that we keep it till 9 o'clock? Could you just clear them both up for me?
No, my intent was this, that type of work would end at 6 p.m., would end no later than 9 p.m. during the week, during the school year. On weekends, during the school year, it would end by 6. During the summer, during the week, would end by 6 and wouldn't occur on the weekend.
We're trying to capture that on the screen for you, make sure we get this correct. Is that the intent? Okay, thank you. Top of page 4, professional development would end at 6 p.m. academic year only. I don't know if is that the same comment?
So again, my intent was for it to be able to go till 9 p.m. during the academic year and end at 6 p.m. during the summer.
Okay. Condition number 4 is the number of students. This is a complex one, and we may later put this into a table just so it's easier to read. The maximum number of students, or the maximum number of yearly enrolled Hillbrook students shall be limited to 315, plus enrollment increases beginning academic year 2015/16 of up to 33 new students for academic year 15-16, of up to an additional 33 new students for academic year 16-17, and up to an additional 33 new students for academic year 17-18, provided Hillbrook School meets the daily maximum count of 880 trips based on monthly monitoring for the first year, every 2 months for the second year, and every 3 months for the third year. And we kind of stopped there in terms of this condition, and the penalties we ended up putting in the in a different section.
Can I ask a question about that? The way it's phrased, it sounds like if you don't use the 33 in the first year, then you've lost them. So if you use 10, you just lost 23. Because the next year, it's 33, and so on and so forth. So instead of having 99 at the end of 3 years, you could have 5. I mean, it depends how many they take down, but I don't think our thought was we wanted you to speed up and take them, because otherwise you're going to lose them. So it isn't an additional, I mean, it ought to deal with the fact that if in any given year you don't avail yourself of the max, you carry it forward.
So we could write this such that you carry forward any balance with the maximum additional students to be 99.
Right, right.
So we'll probably need to finesse this one a little bit more, but we want to
Yes.
make sure we captured the intent.
I agree, Ms. Pravetti, because the way in which I had analyzed it myself in my notes was that in year one, whichever year that would be, but let's just say it's 2015-16, it would be 315 plus 33 equals a maximum of 348 students. Assuming they are in compliance, then the next year it would be 348 plus up to another 33, or equaling 380. And then the third year could be 381. Then the third year could be 381 plus 33 equals the 414.
But your intent again was if by the end of the third year they're not at the 414 and don't get there till year 5, say, they'd
That's-
still be able to do that.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think the intent was that, if I understand the discussion, was that they should be entitled to, as long as they're in compliance with their trip count, they should be able to start adding students 2015 and in whatever numbers up to 33 and gradually increase. Until the third year, they could be at capacity, or they could just keep going until they get to the 414. Yes.
Do you want to put in there something about based on monthly monitoring and compliance? I mean, is it in there?
Thank you.
Where am I not seeing it?
No, that's a good clarification. Monthly monitoring and compliance.
It's not in there. Thank you.
Condition number 5, if you're ready.
Another clarification. When it says monitoring for the first year, okay, then every 2 months for the second year and every 3 months for the third year, are those sequential months? How is that working?
So for the first academic year of 15-16, monthly monitoring would need to happen for the entire year, including the summer.
Right. But then it's every 2 months, so it would be like August, September, and then skip November. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other clarifications that we can make? Okay. Item number 5, we added student teachers and contract workers to the employee category. Delivery hours under condition 6 were limited to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sorry, didn't turn it on. Should you say delivery shall only occur because you leave the other two open?
Thank you. Third-party rental lease, condition 7. We attempted to define it per our discussion. It is not a third-party use if they are under a contractual agreement with Hillbrook School and payments for the activity is paid directly to Hillbrook School.
That should be our paid, right?
Are paid. Thank you. We deleted condition number 8, number of vehicle trips, modified number 9, maximum number of daily vehicle trips, to be clear that it is 880 vehicles. So we just thought, even though it was in the earlier enrollment condition, for those who come after us, it might be helpful if it's still a standalone condition. Okay. And then we talk a little bit about the evaluation. We left in the 10 days per year.
Yes, but if I could say something here, is to remove it from the average calculation.
Yes.
Should be from the maximum.
That's correct. It should be, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you. We may have to modify the other increase. Yeah, I'm not sure if the other part of that condition works anymore. The increase commensurate with the enrollment. We may have to keep that consistent with the cap. So that way it needs to be consistent with the earlier condition number 4. Or we can delete it, I suppose, if it's redundant. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want to just delete that one? I'm not sure we even need it anymore.
So the idea behind that condition was is if there was just an increase below the 99, because we didn't have any limit, 1/3, 1/3, that the number of percentage of students that they increased would be the percentage of trips that would be allowed. But that's when it was based on 960, which was above your threshold of your EIR and passed. So now that you've reduced it down to the 880 maximum number, I don't see a need for this condition, but that's up for you guys to decide.
I don't think we need it.
Okay, we'll delete that one. Summer daily trips, I guess we need to keep that. We also don't want the average of 480. It needs to be the same maximum of 880. Is that correct? Or do we delete, maybe we just delete summer trips? I apologize if we've missed that one.
My notes show eliminating 8, 9, and 10. I think we might have missed that.
Okay, we'll delete that one. Thank you. Trip cap monitoring. We need to modify this so that way it aligns with the monitoring in condition number 4. So that way the monthly reports come to the town, et cetera. So this still needs a little bit of work.
Yes, because B has changed.
Yes.
C has changed. But D is correct. The town invoices the applicant and the applicant pays.
Yeah. So we will modify B and C to reflect the monthly or every 2-month or every 3-month monitoring for the maximum daily trips. Neighborhood coordination. We will be doing the mailing the schedule of events to neighbors at the beginning of the school year. The applicant shall conduct quarterly neighborhood meetings facilitated by a professional facilitator with expertise in facilitating groups with conflicting views. The report of those meetings, the applicant shall maintain a list of attendees, and a written report will be posted on the school's website. Neighbors wishing to submit items for the agenda shall do so at least 72 hours in advance. And I know, Chair Smith, you had a more elegant way of capturing that entire condition, so perhaps we could borrow your notes and make sure we've captured all of it.
Do you want me to read it into the record, or?
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Applicant shall conduct a quarterly neighborhood meeting facilitated by an outside consultant experienced in facilitation of groups with competing interests and viewpoints. A list of attendees with addresses shall be kept by the facilitator, and a written report of discussion points shall be provided to the school, to interested neighbors, and posted on the school website. Items for discussion to be accepted electronically up to 72 hours prior to a meeting.
Thank you. Neighborhood Committee. The Neighborhood Committee shall meet monthly for the first 24 months to discuss issues of concern. The meeting minutes will be posted for the public or the town's review on the Hillbrook School website. The committee shall agree to a revised meeting schedule after the first 24 months. And then we deleted the carpool condition, assuming that carpool was one of the TDM items. Penalties on page 7.
That first caption should be penalties for exceedance of the trip cap.
Thank you.
And if I can, I'd point out that in C, when you talk about the applicant should pay the penalty and the following academic enrollment, you say must be reduced by 10 students. I think you mean the following academic year, instead of having 33, they'd have 23. So, and since they don't have to, I would say something like, and the following academic year's increase, or maximum increase, shall be reduced by 10 students.
Okay. And I think that's where, as staff, we started thinking ahead to say they are up to their 99 students. If once they're up there, then you would not see a reduction. Okay, so it's just the increment. When there still is room to grow, we would reduce their ability to, add. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we modified the penalties to reflect the maximum daily trip cap and maintain the rate of 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. The one-year review, there would be a one-year review from the date of approval. Staff shall determine if there are any issues with the use and present findings to the Planning Commission at a public hearing. The Planning Commission may choose to require subsequent one-year reviews. And that concludes the summary of the motion.
All right. Want to thank the staff. Really, this has been extraordinary work. Very short notice. So, my fellow commissioners, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Erickson.
So I will not be supporting the motion, and I'd like to provide some comments about my reason for it. I believe that most everyone in town would agree that our schools play a significant role in defining what makes Los Gatos special. The general plan's vision statement is clear about the importance of having excellent schools to the town and to its residents. The schools are clearly a key element of what some might call the brand of Los Gatos as a community. Los Gatos is a place where one expects to have high-quality schools that make a significant contribution to the sense of our community. The general plan of the town does not distinguish between public and private schools in that role. All of the schools in town, both the public and private ones, contribute to this sense of community. Consequently, I believe all of us have an interest in and responsibility to support an environment in which all of our schools, both the public schools in town and the private schools in town, can be successful and thrive, and that we enable them and we provide an environment in which they can contribute to this sense of community and our small town character. To the schools, I would say, each of you has a responsibility to contribute in a positive way to the Los Gatos community and to conduct your activities as a school consistent with the applicable town guidelines. And for those of you who have a conditional use permit, you need to conduct your activities clearly consistent with the conditions of that CUP. While every organization that has a CUP is obligated to conduct its activities consistent with its CUP, I would suggest that a school, such as Hillbrook, has a higher duty. They need to conduct their activities consistent with their CUP, consistent with the intent and the spirit of it, because they're not just another business. They're in the business of educating young people. And to conduct their business clearly according to their CUP and consistent with the town's guidelines delivers a powerful educational message to the young people whose lives they're trying to shape. The responsibility of the Planning Commission, from my perspective in this matter, was to balance the conditions of uses needed to create an environment in which Hillbrook can thrive and be one of those successful schools, and to understand the implications of those uses and the associated impacts on the immediate neighborhoods and in the town in general. And they need to be in a way that was consistent with town regulations and reflects the spirit and intent of the town's general plan. And we needed to achieve that balance with a clear and comprehensive conditional use permit, being particularly mindful of the consistency of the general plan. As a columnist in the Mercury News recently opined, one of the biggest challenges to overcome in this matter is the lack of trust. We chose not to include a requirement in the CUP to require trust. If we could have, we probably would have. But it was our responsibility to do our job well and to do it and to balance both the neighbors' concerns and the objectives of the school to contribute as an excellent school in town in a way that created that perfect balance. I don't believe we've done that job well, and therefore we have not laid the groundwork to address the trust, so I can't support the motion as made.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
I will not be supporting the motion either. Whether or not any new students should be added is a fair question. And if the answer is no, I could understand that. If the answer is yes, I can understand that. However, I think the selection of the numbers we've employed here are not supported by the record. And I would be very surprised, no matter what Hillbrook does, if they could regularly meet those numbers. And therefore, I find that what we're doing is sort of indirectly saying no. I realize that reasonable minds differ with me on that opinion, but that is my opinion, and that's why I will not be supporting that. Plus, I do think some of the other measures we've put into the in the draft is somewhat micromanaging, and so I would not subscribe to a lot of that language. But my basic problem is simply that I do not believe 880 is supported by the record. Thank you.
Commissioner Sayoc, you had your hand up.
Okay. So going into this, I'm going to acknowledge how difficult a decision this is today. And one of the things that is in consideration today, there's been significant discussion of whether this is a school or this is a business. And that is one thing I want to make it clear is it is very clear in my mind that this is a Los Gatos school. And whether or not it's a business or a nonprofit institution, it is an institution that we want to thrive. However, what I'm trying to find in the balance is to allow you to thrive without causing a negative impact to the neighbors. Now, the testimony that we've heard in the past 2 days was that with your TDM, you are able to reduce traffic. And you've shown that. And with the numbers that we have today, the average of the 814, you're under the 880 maximum that we imposed. If you're able to meet that, you're able to increase your students. And so in my mind, this is a compromise that protects the neighbors from the traffic that they currently are experiencing, with giving you the options to increase your enrollment without. And I understand Commissioner O'Donnell's point of the micromanaging. Operationally, I don't want to dictate how you reach that number. I think that's something that the school should decide. But I felt that we needed a maximum daily traffic count so that going forward, everybody understands what the expectation is on traffic. And if you're able to reduce it through either the busing or through carpooling, that's certainly the operational decisions you need to make. And so I understand there's a difference in opinion on how to move forward, but in my mind, this is the best compromise that I can come up with tonight.
Commissioner Birch.
I agree with Commissioner Sayak. I went through, as we were talking about the numbers, and I obviously did the math a couple different ways, but one of the ways that I did it was taking a look at the TDM plan and the transportation mode percentages that you provided. If you take a look at the number of students and utilize these percentages, it feels that the number that we've put out there is something that's doable, because I do believe that you are very committed to this process, and it seems that the parents are very involved. I think that one of the things that we have to be careful about in town is trying to keep neighbors compatible. And I realize that this has been a very contentious issue between the neighbors and the school for a long time. And I hope that by allowing growth, but also protecting the neighborhood, that it will slowly, hopefully, heal that mistrust that seems to be between the neighbors, and you will both continue to grow and thrive in Los Gatos.
Commissioner Talasfor.
A question I asked myself after listening to the testimony and reading all the letters was, is it possible to have a balance? Can we please everybody? And we really can't. I wish we could. What's bothering me tonight is the number of 99. I'm worried that we're putting a cap on traffic and then asking you to meet that with 99 students. I have no idea if that's possible. And the other thing that has struck me is that a couple of places that we didn't even have a discussion about, and I really wanted to, and it was really brought about by someone, an Ann Arbor neighbor, who said at one of the presentations, opening the Ann Arbor gate will not solve the problem. It will just spread the problem into our neighborhood, and we don't want it. And that really stayed with me and struck me as why this is such a difficult place to have a school that started out small and now is growing. And so I think if you were to come back again to us, if you do, I have no idea. I thought in 2001, when I heard this as a new planning commissioner, that the 315 was the cap. I thought that's what it was then. So now you're back almost 10 years later. But if you do come back again, because of staff's research, we can look into opening that Ann Arbor gate for limited use, which I think still could be done for pedestrians, bikes, access for the teachers. It would relieve some of that traffic on Marchmont, your neighbors. So I'm having difficulty with even approving this. And so I think that it was enlightening to hear the detailed descriptions of the Marchmont neighbor, the street, but all the other neighbors as well. It was enlightening to hear their detailed experience every day. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Commissioner Badami.
I applaud the success of the school as evidenced by their youthful speakers, but I can't support further intensification of a non-conforming use that's already impacted the integrity and character of this neighborhood. and I reference overwhelming public testimony, the TIRE analysis, and most importantly, land use policies LU-6.1 and LU-6.2, which protects and preserves neighborhoods as far as maintaining the character and quality.
Thank you. And so now I'll make my statement. And I'd like to believe that we all came to this, and I certainly know I did, with an open mind and respect for all points of view. I do think that there were extremes in testimony that I heard or letters that I read, and frankly, some of them were mean-spirited. Others were very kind-hearted, and isn't that what humanity is about? I treasure this school in our community, and I believe that it does serve a very profound need that we have for choice. We set 880 as a number. We crunched numbers ourselves. We did it up here during breaks. We did it over and over again. My sense was that the school wants to grow. They've set the number at 99. If they can't keep the cap at 880, then they can't grow to 99. I mean, we would find that out as we moved along. So while I am disappointed in the vote, which we will take formally, but what disturbs me the most is that after a lot of work by everyone and all of the testimony, we're basically going to kick the can down the road. And that is the disturbing thing to me about this entire process, and also my disappointment in my fellow commissioners in not seeing the benefit of making an affirmative decision tonight. I respect everyone who came before us and all of the time and attention that was given to us by the public. I think it was overwhelming support for the process of the Planning Commission. And so I would, of course, I made the motion, and I intend to support the motion. So with that, we have all made our comments, and we'll take the vote, and all in favor. We will go 3 and against 4, so the measure fails. And Mr. Paulson, what are next steps, if any?
The next step is to provide another motion to take final action.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Let me say, I certainly agree with the chair that that we should adopt a motion this evening so it can go on to the council. Obviously, there's good faith disagreements here, but it doesn't do anybody any good just to let it wallow. I don't agree with lots of this. The motion. However, I think to move it along, I could, in good conscience, change my vote. We have a new motion, but I mean, just indicate where I would come from. I would vote in favor of a motion with these numbers, notwithstanding that I disagree with the numbers, to allow it to go on and get finally decided. It does no one any good to just allow it just to sit here. So if someone would consider making a new motion, even if it's the same, I would be willing to vote in favor of it if it could get us to decide this evening so that it could be appealed and could be decided. Or it doesn't have to be appealed, but one way or the other, we get a final decision.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. So I know that the town council will have some guidance for us.
So you have two choices. I wasn't sure if you were going to propose a different motion with some change in the condition. You could do that. If there are no changes, then you'd have to do a motion for reconsideration, which would be in the minority of those could make that motion, and then it could be second if you want to reconsider that motion, the last motion. So you'd have to do that first.
The last part I didn't understand.
You'd have to make a motion for reconsideration of your last motion.
You say the motion had to be made by?
The minority.
Oh, okay. Well, I would make that motion. In other words, I would make the same motion for reconsideration. So that would be my motion.
So the question is, if he was in the so I'm going to make, right, there we go, minority, majority, okay, all right. So then I will make the motion it's easier for me to say a motion to reconsider because we've already got it all on the record. So I will make a motion to reconsider the motion and as reported previously. Do I have a second? Commissioner Birch is seconding. All right. So now all in favor of that motion, please say aye. We now have 4 votes, 3 against, so the motion passes.
That was just your motion for reconsideration.
Now I need to make a motion for
The adoption of the previous motion.
the adoption of the previous motion. Robert's Rules of Order. All right, so I have made that motion. Commissioner Birch, have you seconded that motion? All right. So now all in favor of that, say aye. Aye. And Ms. Talasfor, you're saying yes? All right. All right. All right. So all in favor say aye. All right. And the motion passes. 4-3. So now, Mr. Paulson, my second, we have already certified the EIR. We have done the conditions of approval. Now what is the next step for anyone?
Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission this evening can appeal that decision to the Town Council. The forms are available in the clerk's office. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
Thank you. I believe that we have 2 more items. We have a report from the Director of Community Development. Although I
We
think
could do
people are
this
going to
on
be leaving.
Wednesday if you wish.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
So the meeting is adjourned.